Yeah. Good point. Next. Is this good to wear this like this? Okay. Didn't know if we were going to get in here. Hi. Okay. Got it. All right. I'm not used to PowerPoints. I'll confess right now, I generally don't like them when I'm listening to seminars, and I've been, wish we didn't have them. My PowerPoint's going to be just topical, so you won't have to be reading that while I'm talking. I have to tell you, I'm truly pleased to be here to present to you today and participate in this program on careers in transition. As an employment attorney, I've been practicing law in Houston for 30 years, and 25 of those specializing in employment law as a civil rights lawyer. So I've visited with probably hundreds of your colleagues in this industry during the course of that time. Met with them in phone consultations on an emergency basis. I've got an issue I need to deal with. Can what do I do? This is a situation at my workplace that's escalated and I need some help dealing with it. It sort of came out of the blue and hit me, and I don't know what the legal ramifications are. I've looked at offer letters of employment. I've reviewed employment contracts, written employment contracts, reviewed covenants not to compete, and of course separation agreements, which from what I hear, probably many of you have had the misfortune to have to address. So, and also in post-employment. So my talk today, and what I hope to bring to you, is an understanding of the broader concepts of employment law. Employment law is a huge, as you can imagine, huge topic, and there's no way I'm going to cover all of it. But in practicing employment law is more of an art than a science. But what I hope to do is bring you those broader concepts that will assist you in these very difficult, scary times in the energy sector. Like I said, the laws are broad and various, and every situation is going to be different. So as I go through this, I'm going to be using some examples that focus on age or disability or some of the highlights. Those examples, if you can extrapolate them to your own situations or situations you've observed in the workplace, and I think then you'll get an understanding of how lawyers think. It's not something that you deal with at all on a daily basis, and fortunate for you, you don't have to. You are professionals that focus on something different. But when you're going through these transitions and career changes and uncertainties, I think it's really good for you to understand the moment when, maybe I should call an attorney. I recognize now a legal issue that's impacting my group, my department, me personally, my subordinate, and hopefully, you'll key in and you'll have sort of a background to work from. So I've organized my thoughts today for today's presentation by approaching the employer-employee relationship in a chronological fashion. So I'm going to start with, the interview process, into employment, separation issues, and then post-employment obligations that you may have. But first, the one concept that permeates all of the phases of employment is the employment at will doctrine. Any discussion, here we go, any discussion of legal issues impacting the employer-employee relationship is going to have to begin with this doctrine. So let's start there, and then we'll begin the journey with that interview process I mentioned. In Texas and in most states, absent a specific agreement to the contrary, employment may be terminated by the employer or the employee at will, with or without cause. In other words, the employer can fire you for good reason, bad reason, or no reason at all. Or as we say, good grounds, bad grounds, coffee grounds. A corollary to this doctrine, or a practical extension of it, is that an employer with more than 15 employees, and 15 is the number, and I'm here some of you are starting businesses and you're going to be employers. The laws that impact employees in the workplace generally will not affect anybody that's in a company of less than 15 employees. Okay? So, but that employer with more than 15 employees can refuse to hire. They can discipline. They can harass and abuse, as well as terminate an employee without any legal recourse for the employee, so long as these adverse actions of the employer are not founded in an unlawful motivation. And for those employees working for those smaller companies, there is no legal recourse. So I have a number of people calling me saying, well, the guy next to me is getting treated better than I am, or you know, my boss is crazy, man. He's a narcissist. He's being abusive, horrible to me. What can I do? There is no legal recourse. You know, your option is to go find another position, essentially. And all of that flows from this employment at will doctrine. The concept is we want a free-flowing workforce. Employees can leave and employers can fire. So let me find my place here. Okay. For one, unlawful motivation in the workplace is abusing a protected classification. Okay. So in other words, hire, fire, abuse, whatever, for any reason, but not for an unlawful reason, not because of an unlawful motivation. And those are connected to protected classifications. You've heard them all. There'd be race, age, gender, national origin, race, ethnicity. Also, although the courts have not recognized it, sexual preference and sexual orientation is now a protected classification because the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission has set forth in its guidelines, which the lawyers of the bar follow, that it is unlawful to discriminate on that basis. So there's also an exception to the employment at will doctrine where there's retaliation by the employer, again with more than 15 employees, in response to an employee's opposition to or participation in the process objecting to some sort of unlawful motivated conduct by management. And that protects that employee who subjectively perceives that there's a violation of the law and discrimination going on with regard to one of those protected classifications. And while Texas employees generally do not have a legal action for being terminated for whistleblowing against a non-governmental private employer, there are a slew of anti-retaliation statutes on the books that do protect from retaliatory actions by the employer, and that would be, for instance, OSHA, safety violations in the workplace. You can not be terminated because you report that. Can't be terminated for reporting fraud against shareholders if you work for a publicly traded company, or report any other violation of SEC, Securities and Exchange Commission regulations or rules. And then there's always a slew of environmental protection acts and transportation safety acts out there, and many more. Too many to go over here, but you get the idea that it generally, unless it's written in a statute, unless Congress or the Texas Leg has passed a law, the employer gets to do whatever they want to do. And so the bargaining position of an employee in this relationship is not strong. Okay. It's also, therefore, important to remember that unfairness does not equate to unlawfulness. Okay. Not everything that happens in the workplace that seems terribly unfair, even if it's a violation of the company's own policies and procedures, is not going to equate into something that a lawyer can respond by taking legal action or suggesting or threatening legal action against the employer. So let's move to contracts. Now, contracts are what will get you out from underneath an employment at will doctrine if you have a contract. Now, if the contract specifies that the employer may be discharged only for certain specified reasons or defines that term or length of, of employment, that does supersede the employment at will doctrine. So if, generally speaking, if you can get a written contract from an employer, that's excellent. That provides you a great deal of protection. They're very rare, and most employers don't want to tie themselves into that. It's typically going to be at a more senior level, very senior, maybe even the C-suite are the only people that will actually get an employment contract, and that will set out the terms of, you know, the position and job duties, wages, the basis on which you can be terminated, and reasons you can't be terminated. It will frequently, you know, when I'm drafting these for my executive clients, I want my executive to have an opportunity to cure any problem that the board of directors may have with his or her performance, and put those provisions in that contract, because that's binding. Everything goes back to that contract. If the contract is terminated without cause, the employee gets the benefit of that contract for the length of that contract. If they work for a year and it's a 3-year term, that employee gets the full value of that 3 years. It's essentially an additional 2-year severance package, I suppose. But then again, in addition to that, if we're good, we can negotiate severance package into that contract. Don't be deceived by a contract that's presented to you possibly as an employment contract with a term, because if there's language in the document that says, you know, you remain an employee at will and we retain the right to terminate at any time, it doesn't matter if it has any of those other provisions in it about, you know, when you can terminate. They will point to that. Now, courts may vary on that. You know, there's a lawyer will find a good way to argue anything. And when you look at the value of some of those contracts, it's worth fighting over. But be cautious about that. If you're going into a smaller company and they're trying to woo you with a promise of a contract, look to see if it really truly is a contract. They're useful because it gives you guidelines, but the true value of that contract is to get out from under that employment at will doctrine. So let's answer the question: what is a contract? Is an offer letter a contract? Well, it can be if it clearly sets forth an agreement limiting the right to discharge. You know, employers are very keen not to give up that right, though, and you'll see in virtually all offer letters that same kind of language. This is not a contract. The relationship is based on an employment at will arrangement. Okay. Is an employee handbook a contract? Well, typically they're not, and the courts have had this issue come up many, many times when an employee says, well, I've relied on the promise of the employer to provide these benefits or, you know, whatever, and generally it's not a contract, and it has been held to be a contract in the past. And what you find in the tension between the law and employers performing their business and their enterprise is that an employee will encounter an issue, sue, some case law will be established that says, oh, this is a contract, you know, you do owe those benefits, and then the employer simply responds by putting into all of their employee policy manuals, this is not a contract, bold letters. No. So we give and we take it away. So there's this back and forth in terms of finding legal expansion of rights and benefits for employees, and then there's a backlash. You know, then the employers find a way, employer attorneys find a way around it. Okay. So how about an oral promise? There are a lot of situations where, I'm trying to think of some examples from situations I've had where somebody's been promised a promotion, let's say. Okay, I was promised a promotion into this position and I didn't get it. Well, an oral promise is enforceable, but it has to be what's called the statute of frauds test. The statute of frauds test says that unless the promise can be performed within a year, it has to be in writing. Okay. But if so what is stated orally has to be very specific in terms of when it can be performed. The promise of a promotion might not take, it might take more than a year, right? So in that situation, I would say probably not. But if the manager says, I promise you this promotion as soon as this guy leaves the job, and he's retiring in 2 months or 3 months, I think you might have a good shot at trying to enforce that as a binding contract. Again, this is something, like I said, it's an art, not a science. There's case law that's being written every day all over this country. And generally what courts look only at, Texas law, what goes on in the rest of the country can be persuasive, okay? Another reason to see an attorney. They're going to be on top of these situations. Now, and I always tell my clients this when they come to see me, when a lawyer is talking about the law and what's lawful and what's unlawful, don't think, and it took me by surprise that many people do assume that when lawyers are saying that's unlawful, we're thinking lawsuit. We're thinking filing papers, serving process, and running to the courthouse. And that's not how this works. That's not what employment attorneys do who represent employees. We're there to offer guidance of what the parameters are, what the employer knows their obligations are, and frequently what happens is a negotiation. The lawyer is never out in front of you. The lawyer stands behind you as your counselor to help guide you in those negotiations. How do you present these issues and how do you make those issues known? And I'm going to get into some of that as we go through this, the process. Yeah. Yeah. As I mentioned, the offer letter is going to set out, certain terms, possibly, but it will say in that offer letter in the same way that it says in the policies and procedures manual or in a contract, possibly, it will say this is not a contract. You are an employee at will, or you will be joining our company as an employee at will. So now this is something. Those offer letters, those contracts, the policies and procedures manuals that you see have been written and rewritten and written again by hordes of lawyers who are looking at those documents from the point of view of protecting the employer. And let me say this now. I mean, I had it later, but, human resources and the legal department for these companies, those are not your friends as employees, okay? Chuckles. All right, y'all know, right? They are not your friends. I'm very surprised at how many of my clients come in and I say, well, this is your first mistake. They honestly believe that going to HR and reporting an issue with their manager or something was something that they would be received with, warm hugs and we'll figure it out for you and that's why we're here. It's not. The sole purpose of the HR department and the legal department is to protect the company from liability. So the instant an employee makes a noise about anything that could touch on these legal issues, and that's, I think, why this talk can help you, you need to know what those legal issues are because you may trip across one and suddenly, without your knowing it, HR and legal are watching you because whether you know it or not, you pose a legal threat to the company just because of your circumstances, right? If you have, obviously, if you have an injury on the job, you're a threat to the company. They're not concerned about your welfare. They're concerned about maybe your sleeping. They're concerned about maybe if this is a totally disabling injury, they're going to have to be careful not to run afoul of the Americans with Disabilities Act. If you have to take time off, the Family Medical Leave Act is going to apply. So there's a whole slew of these issues that some of you probably encountered, but maybe not, and at least you'll have an understanding of how we look at these things. Before I get into, again, the interview process, some other contracts you're going to run into that I'm probably sure there will be a raise of hands of everyone here if I ask, and those are the agreements called covenants that are related to trade secrets. And when my husband was helping me put this, he was like, well, trade secrets, that doesn't have anything to do with covenants not to, it has everything to do with it. That's the whole purpose of all of those agreements that you sign on non-disclosure and non-compete, non-solicitation, and anti-poaching, those all have to do with protecting the company's trade secrets and their confidential information. But let me ask, by show of hands, how many have had the experience of interviewing with a company, being told you're hired, you're committed, you've left your prior employment, or you've made a commitment to go to work, you go through a day of orientation, the next day of orientation, or sometime after you're actually going to work there, and they've given you your badge and everything, then, only then do they present you with a stack of documents that are contracts and say, this is a condition of your employment. And you've got a few minutes to go over this, folks, and then we need you to sign those, right? And then HR is contacting you and calling you, you don't have them. Or if you're in a company that's bought, acquired by another company, and they say, from now on you have to sign one of these agreements. By show of hand, how many have had that experience of having to sign that after you've made the commitment? Yeah, just about everyone. So when should those contracts be addressed? Before you seriously consider accepting an offer. Now, you may be shut down before you get started with that, saying, you either sign it or goodbye, give us back the badge, give us back the phone, and good luck to you. But it's certainly worth the chance. And at the very least, you're putting the employer on notice that you are aware of the burden and restrictions they're placing on you by saying you're not going to be able to work with any of our competitors or anyone we might compete with or anybody that deals with any product or line or something that we might sometime in the future decide to get into, anywhere all over the globe, or talk to any of the customers. I mean, it can be so onerous if you really truly read those documents, and as some of you find out when you're included in a reduction in force, that's pretty daunting in the economy. You want to be able to take whatever positions are valuable. But I'm going to come back to these documents later. I want to get into the interview process. And all of those protected classifications that I had mentioned that are exceptions to the employment at will doctrine, that applies throughout every single phase of this process. Questions that implicate those protected classifications in your interview process are generally prohibited. Okay? But let me go through some with examples. And again, this may not touch on you personally, but you will have an idea of how those other classifications might be analyzed when you're going through the process. The Americans with Disabilities Act is actually one of the statutes that specifically identifies the hiring process. And that again, an employer with 15 or more employees cannot discriminate against a qualified individual with a disability with regard to the job application process or the hiring of employees. So generally speaking, no disability-related questions. For instance, the interviewer can't say, do you have a disability that would interfere with your ability to do this job? How much alcohol do you drink every week? Alcoholism, recovered or recovering, that's a disability. Have you ever been treated for alcohol problems? What prescription drugs are you currently taking? Do you have asthma? Anything that relates to a health condition that would be a disability. Now, in the past, Congress did not do a very good job of identifying what a disability was. So when these issues went to the courts, especially in this very, very conservative pro-business circuit, the Fifth Circuit, that encompasses Texas, Louisiana, this area, essentially nothing qualified as a disability the way it was defined in the statute. So you were tossed out immediately. They've amended that act fairly recently, and so you've got more legs to it. You've also got associational discrimination. So if your spouse or if you have children who have special needs, they can't ask about them either. Okay? And there are protections throughout your employment if you do have a wife, for instance, with cancer or a child with some disability. So But what can an employer ask with regard to disability? Well, they can ask, can you perform this job with or without reasonable accommodation? An impermissible way of asking that question, either in an interview or in an application form, would be, can you perform this job with/without accommodation, circle 1. That would be an unlawful and impermissible question. The interviewer or the application form cannot ask if the applicant needs an accommodation in order to perform their job. But there are exceptions. There are always exceptions. And an employer can ask limited questions about an applicant's disability if, for instance, the applicant has an obvious disability or has voluntarily disclosed that they have a disability or has said, I need a reasonable accommodation. For example, if an employee or an applicant says, I need to take several breaks during the day, is that going to be a problem? Well, the employer can ask, well, how many breaks a day do you need and how long are those? But there can't be any questions about, well, what is the condition? Can't say, why do you have to take these medications? Why do you have to take several breaks? The employee does not have to say, I'm taking medication, I'm using insulin, I'm taking snacks, whatever. They can't get into the detail of that. The underlying condition is off the table. Age is another area that employees need to be careful about when they're going through the process. And of course, age is a protected classification, and you see it in your severance agreements or separation agreements. They list who's been let go and what are the ages and what positions did they hold, and you can compare and see where you fall in that. Companies go to great deal of expense and trouble to try to make that their metrics and how they choose who goes on that list makes sense. But obviously, age, there shouldn't be any questions of date of birth on an application. There shouldn't be any questions about when did you graduate from high school. That's called a pretext question. They're trying to figure out how old you are. None of that's permissible. So also, there have been court cases that have held that if you're told that you were not hired for a position because you're overqualified, that's a pretext for age discrimination. So if somebody says you're overqualified for the position, maybe go see a lawyer to see if you can tease out another review of the situation. Religion is another one. Any question that requires description or identification of religious practices is out of bounds. For instance, asking the exclusion opportunity, not employment opportunities, only if there's a business necessity can an employer get into an applicant's religion. And there's a Texas case, just to give you an example, and especially my clients that are in your industry have brought these issues to me. But let me just give you the background. This is a case from the 80s, but a pilot that was based in Saudi Arabia was told that as a condition of his job, he would have to what religion has to be and how I have to convert. Well, the court actually looked at the facts of that case, and the employer stated, well, this guy's going to have to fly to Mecca. You can't, a non-Muslim cannot go into any of the holy cities. It's against the law, under penalty of death, right? But they need a pilot to get to fly in and out. So in that instance, the court found that there was a business necessity. And I've had many clients, call me, Jackie, there's a business opportunity that, in this particular location, and they're not sending me. They're concerned because of my religion and the tensions that exist between, my religion and the religion of the location where this business opportunity exists, and I think that's wrong. That should be my decision, right? So there's all kinds of interesting issues that arise, particularly in this industry where you guys are traveling all over the world and confronting those kinds of those issues, and that's a big issue for your employers. Marital and family status, those kind of questions are generally prohibited because, again, that can be evidence of gender discrimination. You know, do you have a family? Are you planning to have a family? Sexual orientation or preference, I've mentioned that before. Arrest versus conviction, there's greater protection, obviously, for an employer, you know, to find out about a past conviction record, especially if the person's going to be working in security or, you know, highly sensitive information areas. Less so for arrests. The reason behind that, though, in prohibiting those kinds of questions and the law frowning upon them, is there's a disproportionate number of minorities who have arrest records as opposed to conviction records. Now, financial condition, that's something else you need to think about when you're going into this, application process, because employers more and more are not only having a background check done on you, they're asking you for permission to look at your finances. So they'll do a credit check on you. Now, let me see. Oh, I skipped over one here. Okay. That's probably over-intrusive. And there is the, you know, Federal Fair Credit Reporting Act does put limitations on what kind of things they can get into. The kind of credit check they're going to be doing is looking into to see what kind of debt you have, to see what your credit rating score is, that sort of thing. So if you're mishandling, if they're going to look to see if you're mishandling your finance, your personal finances, is ostensibly what they're looking at. I find that offensive and intrusive and violation of privacy, but that's the employers are doing this more and more. There are some protections. You know, if they overstep, you know, you can cry foul, but I would talk to an attorney first. Always talk to an attorney before you confront an employer with what you perceive to be an unfair or possibly unlawful violation, because how you handle that is so critical. Your relationship with your employer or prospective employer is so much more important than tagging someone and calling someone out on a potential violation of law. And what the employment attorney, the employee attorney is going to try to help you do is make those communications to your employer in a way that protects you and doesn't lose ground for you in that relationship. Because like I said, they're watching. The company has feelers out, their management go through instruction on this, their HR is all over this kind of stuff to see when an employee might be a liability threat to the company. And you may not even realize you're in that category. Yes, sir. Oh, sure. Well, those kinds of questionnaires are typically, you know, that's the smoking document that we look for in a court case. You know, yeah, do companies discriminate on the basis of a disability or propensity for injury in certain? Yeah, absolutely. Managers are always looking at that. It depends on what end of your industry you're in. You know, typically you've got men working in the field or in refineries or whatever. They're more sensitive to that because of, you know, workplace injuries are a little more prevalent. Yes, sir. Yeah. It's not so much that. Oh, they worry about it. Yeah, no, they worry about it. They've had their lawyers look at it, you know. So it's not really the topic, it's how the question is asked. It's the context. If you look at that question very carefully, you know, they will. There's a turn to it that that suggests that there's a bona fide occupational qualification for age. For instance, if you're going to be a pilot, that's it. If a company has a general application out there for an array of positions, right, that general first part, and you're not applying for one specific position, they can ask that, because a position within that category may require or may touch on age as a bona fide occupational qualification. Okay. So, you know, there are, you know, lawyers, there's always an argument for, there's an argument against. There's ways to interpret, there's ways of placing these in context. Yeah, well, that's, I'll jump ahead. That's on my next page. There's a practical aspect to all of this. Like I was saying, you don't want to call out the interviewer and say, "Ha, that's an unlawful question you just asked me." You know, you want to be very tactful in how you handle those. Typically, when I have you know, clients that say, "I'm going to have to fill out this app," or "I'm filling out this application," listen to this question. You know, you know me for the last 10 years. How am I going to answer that question and get an interview? And I just say, put in the answer space, "We'll discuss at interview." Okay? When you're in an interview, if you get an inappropriate question, it's not because they're trying to be sneaky maybe. They may just have muddled thinking, or they're just not thinking straight, or they're more than having a conversation. You're the 5th interview that day, or, you know, that week, and they're just not thinking. They're not intending to discriminate against you. And if it's coming at, if there's no intent behind the question, it's going to be very easy to pivot on that question. Be gracious, be tactful, and ask a question in response to their question, and divert the conversation. Or talk about something else and not answer the question. If they keep pressing you for it, you may want to say, "I'd rather not answer that question," or "Why do you want to know?" But be charming when you're doing that. Just be your next employer, right? Yeah. To write all that in, I'd leave it blank. I don't want to answer that question. Leave it blank. Really? Okay. I can imagine that. You know, I don't know how how you would want to handle it. It depends on the importance of that question. You know, I don't want you to be dishonest in that question, because if, for instance, you know, getting down the road, let's say at some point, you know, there's a wrongful termination, and you do end up in a lawsuit because the damages suggest that that's what you need to do. If they find that answer to a question that is false, then they can say, "We would never have hired that person." Okay, that's you know, that was fraudulent, and we would have not hired, or we would have terminated that employee as soon as we found out. Let's say in employment cases, your damages would be measured by the difference between what you make and you would continue to make through to retirement. That's what I always argue. Or versus what you make in the interim. Okay, so let's say they discover that information 2 months after you're terminated, and they can make the argument, it's called after acquired evidence. They can say, "We would have terminated that person for that lie," if it's a lie. Your damages are stopped at 2 months. They don't look past that. They don't go for however many, you know, months and sometimes years an employee is damaged, has lost income because of that. So it's very important never to misrepresent anything on the application. But there's, you know, if it's about your age, you know, I wouldn't worry about it. But if it's something like, "Have you ever been arrested?" You know, if you have, that's something that can be easily found out. Not easily. It's a little more difficult. If you have a conviction, that would be easily found out. But you know, you have to be careful with those. This is a difficult phase of this employment law employee relationship with a prospective employer. But I understand your point. It's a dilemma. Yes, sir. Well, yeah, yeah, and they'll ask you for that. Sometimes you can say, if they ask for your Social Security number, yes, they have the right to ask. You have the right to say no for privacy reasons. So not optional, right? It doesn't work. It depends on the. Does it? Last four, right? Yeah. No, that's it. That's true. Well, for instance, when you're talking about national origin, right? Well, the government has obligations, or the employer rather has obligations to the government to make sure that the employee that's being hired is either a U.S. citizen or has the proper documentation to be working in this country. So employers have some leeway as to what all they can get into. Okay. So, but pardon? Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, it's a matter of proving if that was the motivation behind, and here is where the difficulty. Employment law is considered to be one of the most difficult areas to practice in because you don't have smoking guns. You're dealing with only circumstantial evidence. We have to build our cases frequently from drawing inferences from a conduct that is not direct, a pattern, or a course of conduct. So you're looking at a bigger array of facts that you're trying to put together to make a case. And it comes down to a jury vote of 12 people or 6 or 8 or whatever the judge decides to put in the jury box. It's a vote of all those minds. It's a process. There is no up, down, right, wrong, black and white. These are the rules. These are guidelines. Proving it is a completely different thing. And that, again, is where, if you think you've been discriminated against, you need to sit down with an attorney, spend an hour or so going over your circumstances with them, and let them see what they see. And that's not to bring a lawsuit necessarily. That may be just trying to handle a difficult manager who you may think holds an unlawful bias, and it's impacting your career, your reputation, your livelihood. These are important things. So it's important to be aware of them, okay? But I did want to touch on one other financial deal, and that's bankruptcy, because that affects a lot of folks. An employer can't terminate you because they find out, the employee's been in bankruptcy, okay? But the courts have held that an employer can refuse to hire you if you're in bankruptcy, okay? You see, the earnings from child support, an employer can't refuse to hire an applicant because, they find out or know through public records that the employee is going to have withholdings taken out of his paycheck, every month to go to child support. That adds administrative costs for the employer, and they just don't want to have to deal with it. It's unlawful for them to not hire someone because of that. Yep. You wouldn't. And let me tell you how this really comes up in a practical way. Failure to hire cases are probably the most difficult to prosecute. And I don't know many attorneys that take them because they are just very iffy. But if you have, typically it's more a failure to promote is what you'll find. But if you have an unlawful question from an interviewer and it pertains to a certain protected classification, and you get hired and you say, oh, well, that was just one of those muddled thinking moments, and they didn't really mean that in the application process, and I'm excited, I got the job, I'm working for the company now. And suddenly you start feeling this undercurrent of a bias, of culture in the company that has a problem with that classification. It could be age, it could be gender, it could be national origin, you don't know. But as you're working for the company, it starts coming a little clearer to you that this company actually condones, management, the culture condones a certain bias. And that gives license to a manager that may act on that bias more actively. That's when you need to remember that unlawful question and put that in your back pocket, because that's evidence of a culture or an acceptance of that bias that may end up in your termination. Yeah? Unlawful bias results in terminations. It results in career-ending episodes that is never the fault of the employee, and it's disastrous for them. It's a real crisis, and that's what I do. I like to prosecute companies that take that away from an individual, that destroy careers, and I like to hold them accountable for that. And those are the kinds of situations that we're looking for. If you ever were to find yourself in that situation, sitting with a lawyer, I would be asking you, what happened in the interview process? When is the first time you had an inkling that there was a sensitivity to that particular classification? Anyway, let me move on here. Pre-employment qualifying procedures. Oh, slide. Thank you. Thank you, my tech. There we go. Drug testing. Employers can require drug tests, okay? They went through a little hiccup there. Again, one of those things where somebody brought a lawsuit, held the employer liable because there was a false positive, and there was a failure to hire based upon a false positive drug test. So what companies do now is they hire third-party drug testing folks. But, be mindful. If there's a false positive and the drug test was performed by an in-house, part of the company, the medical division of the company, you may have an action against the company for negligence and for failure to hire as well. But typically it's done by a third-party outside company that do those drug tests. What if they come back with a false positive? The courts have held that third party has no duty of care to you. You're not their employee. You've got no recourse against that third-party entity. So I can't tell you how many disappointed faces I have when I tell them you have no recourse. You didn't get that job because of a false positive. I'll write a letter for you and make sure that notation in your file is kept confidential under threat of a defamation of character action. That better not get out ever, or destroy that document. But going to the courthouse to get compensation for your losses from that, there's no recourse. There can be obviously no physical examinations or psych examinations prior to your employment because of the Americans with Disabilities Act, but the employer can condition an offer on the results of a medical examination or answers to a medical history questionnaire. Genetic testing is an interesting one. I've never actually encountered a company that does that. Some of you with large corporations may have done. An employee cannot be discriminated against because they have a proclivity or propensity for or developing a certain disease that could be costly to the company. But at the same time, an applicant cannot be terminated, or a company cannot refuse to hire an employee because they refuse that genetic testing. So, again, I've never encountered that, but if you do, you can say no. Let's go through the employment relationship now, and again, we're going to be talking again about those protected classifications. What happens? Jim just shouted out. We've been married 25 years. Just, kick me. All right. So when you're employed, yes. When you're in employment, what happens, for instance, if there's a sudden decline in the management's assessment of your value? Okay, you get a boss that you've always gotten along with is gone, and you've got a new boss, and suddenly you're not making him happy. In fact, they're making you go on a performance improvement plan, or they're counseling you, and you don't quite know why. Is it because that manager has a different expectation, a higher expectation, different expectation? If the situation, obviously you can never ignore that. That's the very beginning part of something that could turn bad over a course of time. Don't think, oh, well, this guy's going to move on in a year or so, or this in a few months, or, whatever. He's only here as an interim or something. Never, never ignore that, because you never know what this might be turning into. There's a lot of pressure from above to deal with headcount, especially in these kinds of economies. Managers would love to find a reason to let you go without giving you a severance package if they can, right? So this is a way some managers do it. They want to hyper-scrutinize you and push you out the door, make you resign. So it does happen. So what you need to do is address it directly to figure out what the problem is. If it does not improve, then it's time to start thinking, am I in a protected classification now at this point? Have you been taking time off to address a serious medical condition that you have? Have you had to, come in late a few days a week because you made a poorly planned tennis shot over the weekend? You've got, torn a muscle or something, and so you're going through weeks of therapy, and you're coming in late. Your boss is getting a little annoyed at you. Maybe you got called to jury service. Okay, that's one of those other exceptions to employment at will. They can't terminate you because you've been on a jury, and you missed the last week of the quarter, where those numbers, your boss needs those numbers, and you're not there to get them. You're not there. Somebody else has had to step in and try to pull those numbers together, or the boss himself has had to. And so there's a building animus. That boss may not know that that's related to a protected classification, but that annoyance can turn into, I'm going to take some disciplinary action against this person. In most companies, under their policies, that means they're going to go to HR. They may even go to legal. And hopefully your situation is going to improve suddenly at that point, because HR will be doing their job to protect the company from liability and advise that manager to, rethink your position. Let me tell you that the reason behind this person missing that meeting or missing that deadline has to do with a protected classification. So no, you cannot discipline that employee. Okay? So what you do in those circumstances, if it continues, right, is you really need to communicate whatever you perceive or understand your protected classification to be to your boss. You don't say, hey, I'm over 40, I know my rights, step off, you can't do this to me. What you do is, if your boss is saying things like, oh, gee, these guys are just not adapting to the new software we've got. What is their problem? We need some younger engineers in here that can do this sort of adaptive thinking. They can learn this stuff in school. They're just too slow. We need to get some younger blood in here that can deal with this. An example of a response to that would be, hey, boss, I know you think I'm a little slow on this, but let me tell you, I've got 20, 30 years experience dealing with solving these problems on a more general way, and these are the factors that I'm considering. Try to see it in this light or, perspective. So what you've done is you've thrown age back, into the conversation, and you've identified it. It may not have been spoken before. The boss may not realize he's making those comments, but you've put it out on the table in a non-threatening way. You're just saying, well, in separation situations, I'm telling my clients, when they're sending a communication or a letter, they're saying, at my age, it's going to be really difficult to find another position out there. They're saying it's difficult at my age to find another position. You're not accusing your employer of discriminating on the basis of age. You're simply recognizing age as an issue, and employers will trip on that. HR, legal will go, oh, read between the lines. They're talking about a potential liability, and they're going to be listening to you a little bit more. So it's very helpful to communicate that kind of protected classification to your boss. If it does not improve, and suddenly your coworker, who's always been an excellent performer, is terminated. You know, she's 55 years old and is replaced with a 30-year-old. You know, then you start seeing some really, you see intent behind what you're perceiving as a bias. That's a problem. And I would say that's the time you call an attorney, not after something's happened to you. You're not asking that attorney to take any action on your behalf. You're asking that attorney, what do I need to be watching out for next? What do I do? How do I handle this? Your next step has to be putting the company on notice that you perceive a problem, and that's, again, going through HR.
Jackie, we've got a couple of questions from the webinar. There's 5 people in our webinar audience.
I didn't know that.
You answered some of the questions that have come in, but there was one question. At what stage do employees verify a background check?
What, pardon?
At what stage do employees conduct a background check?
They do that prior to hiring.
Okay. And what is the law regarding a temporary work permit that's renewable for a period of time?
I do not know the answer to that question. That I leave to my colleagues that are immigration attorneys. And that is a whole other, I went to a boot camp seminar once and my eyes crossed. I didn't understand anything the immigration lawyers were saying at all, you know, and so I'll have to punt on that one.
I know, having been a former college recruiter, they usually tell us that we can ask, are you authorized to work in the United States, and will you now or in the future need sponsorship? That's all we can ask.
Yeah.
So it's up to the student or candidate to volunteer more information about it.
They have to volunteer information. Employers can ask you to provide a driver's license and other documentation to establish that they're documented. You know, they're either a U.S. citizen or that they're documented. So on this topic, I want to get through this. How this is communicated to HR, again, needs to be non-threatening. And it needs, obviously, you don't go and report your boss to HR without there being some ramifications. So these are all, you know, these are all things that an attorney on a case-by-case basis is going to have to walk you through. So I've told you before, you know, what it means to consult an attorney. You know, we're not there to go run to the courthouse and file a lawsuit. We're there to help you with those important communications, very delicate. You know, the timing of your communication, the tone of your communication, who you communicate to, how that's done, by letter, by verbal, whatever, by a chat at the water cooler. All of those are considerations that it would serve you well to have an expert that has addressed thousands of those situations, like myself and dozens of my colleagues, to walk you through these very difficult circumstances. How do you find an attorney? Well, you want to find one that focuses on representing employees. Employee representatives and employer representatives are two completely different animals. You want an attorney who understands and is sensitive to your perspective. And an attorney who represents employers in litigation is not going to be very sensitive. You know, their mindset is totally on protecting the employer again. So you want to find an employee representative expert. And I can recommend the Texas Employment Lawyers Association. They have a website with a search engine. It says MyTELA, MyTELA.org. And the National Employment Lawyers Association also has a website with a search engine on that by locale, and that's NELA.org, NELA.org. So once you put the company formally on notice that you are of a protected classification, and let me explain also why that's important, because under employment laws, unlike other situations, if there's if there's an accident or some safety violation by a principal of the company, a manager of a certain level, an officer of the company, that puts the company on the hook simply by vicarious liability. You know, whatever that manager does the company is going to be responsible for it. Okay? In employment law, that is not the case. It's purely apart from, there's always exceptions, but it's sort of a negligence standard. It's what does the company do in response once they've been informed and notified of a situation? They need to do an investigation if there's been claims of harassment. They need to address the problem boss if there's an issue of bias. There's action that they need to take to stop that from continuing. Okay? And the law will only hold an employer responsible if they've fallen below a standard of care in performing that obligation under the law. So that's why you have to put them on notice, right? You can't hold a company responsible if they never knew that your boss, was sexually harassing you. That's not their problem. If you don't report it, how are they supposed to know and address it? Okay? If you have a situation of racial discrimination, you don't report it, well, you can't hold the company responsible for it. And that's why in your policies and procedures manual, you will see those reporting requirements. And that brings to mind also, if you do have a problem, go to your policies and procedures manual and see how the company wants you to handle that. Because again, that document is there to protect the employer. Okay? Pardon? And yes, absolutely. That's it. Okay, so once you've put them on notice, you have a protected classification. They cannot take adverse action against you because a company cannot retaliate against an employee because they have opposed or participated in a process that addresses discrimination. Okay? So that means if you see a female colleague that's being sexually harassed by your mutual boss, you go to HR and say, you guys got to do something about this. She's too frightened to say anything. You've got to take care of it. The company can't retaliate against him. Okay? If she files an EEOC charge and they ask him to give a statement and the company doesn't like what he has to say because it pokes a hole at that shield of liability protection, they can't retaliate against him. He's protected for participating in that process. So anyway, and what is retaliation? Retaliation has actually made a shift. The Supreme Court changed modified its definition of retaliation. Retaliation is anything that would cause someone who reported a violation, unlawful bias in the workplace, and it would cause them to not want to report it. Like, oh, I wish I hadn't put that on the table. I'll never do that again, right? That, it doesn't have to be as much as a demotion. It can be a chill. It can be it can be overlooked for going to a meeting or not being sent on a business trip that was going to enhance your career in some way. That can be considered retaliatory. So the stages of the dispute. Hopefully HR is going to get it sorted out for you. At worst, if it doesn't get better, you bought yourself some time. You've bought yourself some time to get your resume out there. And frequently I'm contacted by an employee in these situations and I say, okay, the writing is on the wall. Here's what you're going to do, right? Because the employer frequently wins in this situation. Or your manager is at such a level that you're not going to win this fight. Let's do what we can to protect you. Let's make sure they're put on notice and make sure legal and HR is watching the situation. And you look for another position and just save your reputation, your career, and just look on this as just a bad accident and move on. If it doesn't happen and you are in a situation where they present you with a separation package, which if HR has been on notice, that's what you're going to get. They want a release of liability. They want a waiver of any claims you can bring against them. You're at the table now, and you can bring up all of these issues from, I knew it when I was in the interview that they asked me that question, and I felt a little worried about taking this position, and I just thought maybe it was muddled thinking on the part of the interviewer, but here it comes to fruition. You need this termination was motivated by an unlawful bias, and my damages, if I were to go to court with this, is going to be, it's going to take me 2 years. It's going to take me at least 2 years to find another position in this economy. Or I've been told it might take longer because of my speciality. we'll start there. My severance package, don't offer me 2 weeks, don't offer me a month. I want 2 years. Okay. And again, tone, who that's communicated to, when it's communicated. You need an attorney to figure that out. Frequently, I tell my clients, I'm going to write the letter for you. You know, I've been coaching you from the sidelines. I'm going to write the letter for you, but it's going to be over your signature. Okay. There may be another letter signed by that employee or that executive, but that letter is clearly going to be in a different tone, of different vernacular. It's not going to be it's clearly not written by the same person. It's not written by that executive or that employee. It's full of terms of art that are known by lawyers pretty much only, but it's still signed by the employee. That changes your bargaining position too. That tells the company, gee, he's been talking to a lawyer. Let's be very careful now. Let's be very careful. But clearly, this executive's in control of the lawyer. The lawyer is on a leash. We don't want him or her to unleash the lawyer on us. Let's see what we can do to come to a better position on this. So again, you know, it may not have happened to you. It may not have happened to anybody that you know. But this is all I do. And I see unlawful terminations all the time. Some of them are subtle, and some of them are so egregious that they don't end until we get to a jury. Whether or not you want to go that far, it's up to you. It's up to your circumstances. It's up to how damaged you think you are. You've got families that you need to think of. Myself, we're happy to be the champion for the employee in that situation. You know, we are not afraid to fight the big guys like BP and Exxon, and you know, it's no difference to us. You know, we can get them to a jury. That's fine. You know, a judge in an opinion that he wrote on a case of where he found unlawful discrimination, you know, put it very simply. Even a dog knows the difference between being tripped over and kicked. Okay? If you've been kicked, it's not fun. It's not happy. So let me touch on reductions in force quickly. That's about head count, right? So I'll buy you dinner tonight. Okay. Does that necessarily mean unlawful motivations don't come into play? Not at all. If you've had a problem with a manager, or an employee's been having a problem with a manager, and HR's been saying, don't you touch that person. Don't you dare touch that person, because they've already, you know, there's already been a complaint about you because of your comments that are, you know, off color, and, you know, leave them alone. That manager gets an opportunity to weigh in on who's on a, you know, reduction in force list. It happens. You know, there you go. Just because it's a reduction in force doesn't mean that there's total business decision protection for the employer. That's, again, when you start looking at yourself, your situation, to see if you have a protected classification issue, if you've had one in the past. That's something you may want to raise. It's easy then, because in a reduction in force, you are going to be presented with the package that's going to give you 45 days to consider accepting the package. The package is, we're going to pay you some money, and in exchange, you're going to sign a waiver that forgives this company for all of its sins against you, you know, from unlawful discrimination to breach of contract to, you know, tripping over an open drawer, you know, whatever. You're forgiving them for everything from here to the moon and back. So that's when you use that sense that you may have that, you know, you've been treated unfairly as a method of bargaining. Okay? It's a disparate bargaining position you're in. These are big companies. They got lots of money, and they know that it would take a lot. But now is when you bargain. Now is when you get those offers. And in those separation agreements, if you've ever seen them, it says right there, we advise you to seek counsel of your choice so that you understand this agreement, your duties and obligations. Take their advice. Take their advice. In the letter that an attorney will write for you over your signature, it will start out, well, I took your advice. I went to see an attorney, and during that process, I was just there trying to figure out all the legalese and gobbledygook that's not ungrammatical as lawyers write them, and usually. Not just in that process, I found out that many of the things during my employment suggest that possibly this was motivated by something else. So it's an introduction to bargain. It's always an introduction. If you don't ask, you won't get. There may be special circumstances. Companies are not entirely heartless, though you may think that I think so, but I don't. Something I ask my clients is, how well do you know people in management? Is there somebody, usually, not always, and I don't have any proof of this, but when there's a separation, when there's a rift, there's a reserve. They've got a reserve put aside to deal with these situations where somebody's going to come back and say, I could be a potential liability, give me something. Well, then it's a matter of how much is the company going to pull out of that reserve and add to your separation package to make you happy and go away. So there's money there. If you've got a boss that's really been supportive of you, you've got a wife or a husband that's receiving medical treatment, I see a lot of separation agreements that offer COBRA for so many months down the road. That's something you can ask for. You can ask for a letter of recommendation. There's intangibles that you can ask for special consideration due to your special circumstances. While I'm reciting some letter communications to the company in instances of clear discrimination, there's a lot of gray areas. There's a lot of, well, you really don't have a lot of, you've got a gut feeling. This is not something I'd want to make an accusation about because that'll simply put the employer on their back heels and they'll be in a defensive posture. You want your communications and your bargaining to go on outside of HR, maybe with your boss's boss, the head of your division, the president of your division, if you've got a good working relationship with them, because you want that guy to say, hey, HR, I've looked at this guy's situation, wrote me a letter, he's got a tough problem, he's got kids in college, he's going to have to pull them out, there's been all these other health issues in the family, let's see what can we do. Large corporations, for senior executives, they have compensation committees that, sometimes, when they take away benefits, like all your stock options in, or your stock, they stop vesting at a certain point. Sometimes that executive compensation committee can revisit that. And while you may not get it in an immediate agreement, there's a tacit understanding that at some point down the road, if there's a review, that everybody in that class is going to be paid their bonuses, or they're going to make that up. That happens too. And the caveat or the lesson to learn there is try not to burn bridges. Don't, even in the interview process, don't say, gotcha. You ask them an unlawful question, or be politic, be diplomatic about this. Employment law is not the police guy on the side of the road out there to catch companies in a gotcha. It's to try to manage the tensions between helping their employees, which most companies want to do. We've all had good bosses. But it's also to protect the employee when some things are going wrong. Let's see. I'm sure I have run out of time. Slide. Let's see where I am. Okay. I don't even know if I really need to go through this. If you do have a formal dispute and you are the dog that was kicked and not tripped over, and you are looking at some serious financial problems and outcomes for your family, and you want to pursue it further, short of filing the lawsuit, right? There's another phase between that and filing the lawsuit, and that is before you can file a lawsuit, you are required by law to go to the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission with any claims of discrimination. That's an excellent opportunity without paying a lawyer a $10,000 retainer, to go to litigation, to actually have them kick the tires. You'll have an investigator assigned that will investigate the case. Before that, though, when they look at the facts that are presented in a formal EEOC charge that's filed, within 180 days or 300 days, it depends. Again, you'll already have an attorney by this time, but your absolute last deadline to file a charge with the EEOC is 300 days. That commits you to an action in federal court, which in this jurisdiction is not the friendliest place to be. but you still have time to get into the state court system, which is much nicer and friendlier to employees. You have to file within 180 days of the last day of discrimination. Okay, so that would be termination, or it would be, if there's been a pattern of continuing violations or conduct, it would be that last date of conduct. The EEOC goes through a review of these charges, and they have a mediation division. The mediation division will send a letter to both parties and say, we think this case could be resolved through mediation. Mediation is a process where you don't have a judge, you've got a facilitator who will listen to an opening statement from both parties in a joint session. Both sides tell their story, and then they go to separate rooms, and the mediator engages in what's called shuttle diplomacy, sort of. They go back and forth. This is what the employer will pay. The employee says, well, this is what I need to be paid, and I'd also like a letter of recommendation. I'd also like my personnel file to reflect that I am eligible for rehire. I don't want some guy, some prospective employer calling and being told that I'm not eligible for rehire, because that's a loaded designation. What does that mean? Are they going to just not touch me? I need that resolved. So if that doesn't work, then the file goes to the investigation department. You'll have an investigator. And I can tell you that while investigators were very diligent about gathering information and kicking those tires for you, with the avalanche, the deluge of terminations and through reductions in force in this industry, I have cases that have been at the EEOC for up to 2 years, sometimes more than 2 years. They have a small investigative staff, they're overworked, underpaid, and it's hard to get them to work your file. Maybe a little more expensive to pay your attorney to do some of that investigation, but it may well be worth it. Anyway, once it's been in the investigation division for 6 months, has to be there 6 months. You have to exhaust administrative remedy before you trouble the courts with your problem. Then you can request a right to sue notification. Once they give you a right to sue notification, you've got 90 days, if you're in the federal system, to file your lawsuit. You miss that deadline, that's too bad. There's a state system. It's very complex how the procedural aspects of this work, but it's you can still maybe file in the state system if you have a right to sue and you're within a 2-year statute of limitations kind of period, but I digress. Let's get back to the employment relationship quickly. I want to touch on trade secrets. Those covenants, sorry, thank you. Those covenants not to compete, non-solicitation, anti-poaching, confidentiality agreements that you sign at the beginning of your employment. I remember, it's not happening as often these days, but I had clients coming to me saying, oh, I'm not worried about that. The courts don't enforce those things. Oh, yes, they do. They do. And it can be a pretty daunting experience. I spent a lot of time in court on those. That gets me into the courthouse in trials faster than anything. It's like whiplash if you don't handle the situation correctly. You have options. Well, let me first say, those agreements are enforceable if they are reasonable as to time, geography, and scope. Okay? And they have to be written in such a way that narrowly protects the employer's interests in maintaining their trade secrets versus the employee's right to work, right? It's that restraint of trade, your right to work, versus the company's right to protect its trade secrets. And that's why these agreements exist. And in this jurisdiction especially, judges are very sensitive to that, and they want to protect the employer's trade secrets. You can do a lot of damage by going to a competitor and disclosing financials, customer lists, all kinds of things. In addition to these agreements, they're bolstered by statute. There's a Texas Uniform Trade Secrets Act that presumes that if you under a contract and you go somewhere else to a competitor, that could be perceived as a theft of trade secrets. That's a nasty law to run afoul of just because you got a job offer. and didn't really think about how that agreement was written. Didn't think it was enforceable. There's also a new federal law now, which it's kind of superfluous because these are typically handled best in state courts, but it's the Federal Defense of Trade Secrets Act. And that puts you in, again, a very unfriendly jurisdiction for an employee. You don't want to be in federal court. You frequently have to be there, but if you can avoid it at all, you need to do that. So what are your options if you've got this agreement and you've got a job offer or you're looking at your expertise and you're saying, I'm out of luck here. I'm not going to be able to work for 2 years? Serious. I can't move. I can't relocate. So this is it. Or my 3-month severance package, my 6-month severance package isn't going to cover this. Right? My wife can't work. What am I going to do? Waivers are possible frequently in these agreements. I know Schlumberger has them. I can't think of them. I've seen so many of these. But they do say waivers are possible if you contact us first. Again, you need an attorney to go through this. You need to evaluate whether or not those are going to be applicable or not. A waiver means you go to the company. You may have an idea of who you're going to be looking to work for, maybe not. But you go back to the company and you say, this is what I'm doing. Can we find a way to ring fence, where I go that's not going to do any harm? Can I hold a position in this area that won't implicate or touch on any of my old customers or anybody that I was working with for other companies for the last, some agreements say, you can't deal with any customers that you've had within the last year. See if you can shorten that to 6 months. But there's ways of negotiating that and working out an agreement. If the company doesn't agree to waive your non-compete, or you can't reach an agreement on how much you can modify that, there's an option. You can pursue what's called a declaratory judgment in court. You can hire someone like me to file a lawsuit that doesn't seek compensation. It seeks an opinion on whether or not that agreement is enforceable. Because if you don't get an agreement, if you don't either get a waiver ahead of time or you don't get a judge saying you're okay, you can go ahead and take that job, your only other option then is to test the resolve of the employer to, he made the slides. He knows my slides. Okay. So, this is really your worst option, is to test the resolve of the employer. Here you've been out of work for 6 months. You're just about through your retirement, or it's draining more quickly than you want. You got your kids' college. You're into your kids' college fund, whatever, and so you take the job. What happens? You'll get a letter if your employer is serious about protecting these confidential items or whatever. And sometimes they have other motivations that are not friendly. They don't like their competitor, possibly. They will send a cease and desist. They'll send a letter to you, and they'll send a letter to the new employer saying, if this person continues to work for you one more day, we're going to take you to court, and we're going to sue you both for theft of trade secrets, tortious interference with a contract, breach of contract, and anything else, the kitchen sink that they'll throw in there. They will file a request for a temporary restraining order. They can get a restraining order that will last for 2 weeks, and before you even get notice. Under the law, they can go to court without letting you know and come back and send you a restraining order from a court. That's not a fun thing to get, served with by a process server one evening or on a Saturday afternoon while you're mowing your lawn. You get called into court within 2 weeks, and you're in trial. Okay? You have a mini trial at that point. Witnesses are up on the witness stand, and the judge is taking testimony, and it starts getting expensive. There's some other, modifications of this, but the lawyers, whenever we have to do anything in an emergency, it's going to cost more because we have to put everything aside, and it's a really traumatic and always a nasty fight. It's never pleasant. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, but I've never had a happy client that's paid me $75,000 for the right to work or to find out that he can't. It's always best again, never burn bridges with your former employer. You know, always try to be diplomatic in that process. Okay, I've got. Do you guys want me to keep going? I'm way over.
I think we need to wrap up.
Let me wrap up. Yeah, I can. I can stick around. You know, always file for unemployment compensation. That's always something that you can do. That will clear up if you're ever terminated and you're not given a package, it's not part of a RIF, and they say, here's a package, you've got 21 days to consider this. That means they perceive some risk. They perceive a liability exposure from you, and that's an opportunity and an invitation to negotiate. If they won't tell you why you're being terminated, file with the unemployment compensation. The Texas Workforce Commission for unemployment compensation, because frequently the employer will try to disqualify you for misconduct or, whatever, say you resign, whatever. But it's a good opportunity. It's a venue where you can flush out whatever those reasons are. I just apologize. It's just too much to handle. But thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Okay. Kentucky ham tuna salad. Oh, depends on the type of cookie. Yeah. This is one way, so you'll have to kind of do all of those things. But you want to come down big. It's on the north side of Bagby, and you'll see yeah, that's okay now.
And then let's see what it's out. But I was still I understand you lost the job. Yeah, I
Brendan, how's it going?
I saw her after I'm going to talk to her after she's been in GE for a while. She gave a talk to yeah, she is.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Well, I'm getting an umbrella insurance for people that, that I place, and then they're covered. Okay. See, you can't, there's certain companies that will not take you if you don't have a license. And it's very expensive for the individual to get it. So it's better to be, you know, literally I look at this as a service to the people that are out at the street. I mean, of course I want to make some money, but I'm not looking at breaking the bank either. And I truly think that the industry has overreacted. Yeah, sure.
Would sue, and they specified it. Yeah, I talked to some folks that they didn't have that. And when you read the agent positions, it was like so obvious. I just like, you know, they're shut down, Ebola,
Probably.
I was being forced to do health science, but I didn't want to. We're talking, we're looking at an integrity issue. And I'm like, you know what? Let me edit my numbers. Okay, I'm out here. Check the box. Let me go. Oh, wow. So we have to sit here and figure out what all this has.
She did Sky Stuff. It's gonna be interesting.
This may take a while. No wonder it's so busy.
Somebody else.
I think I found one. Yeah, I guess it would have been a long time.
It's been a while. Yeah.
But it had been, I did courses. I went to business units and I did it.
Yeah, the tour. Yeah, no, that's fine. So what I gotta do is switch between Tuesday and Wednesday, so that I go to the one week for the BGM that week, and try to have yeah. I'm thinking to have it at my church. So maybe you can make it.
NCS wants to do another one.
Yeah.
Yesterday I spoke with, who we got? Spoke with Rick QA, training.
Doesn't matter. I've heard I've been
Chicken salad. Roast beef complete.
What's our choices? Well, that's okay. Let's start our big stuff now. Turkey, tuna, smoked turkey, ham, chicken salad. Oh my goodness, roast beef. Roast beef. Like roast beef. APG.
sí, la gente no entiende eso. Por eso no son primeros, más rápido. Claro, facilito.
All right, let's see.
Sí, no, pero aquí debe
Tuna. Always helps to be one of the persons. Help me know I want to.
That explains it. If you want to get hired in America.
All right, I know. I've been waffling on this.
Well, the DJN, their democracy, that's a long way for me to go. I don't know.
It is.
I know they
I've
have
been
free.
up there once or twice. I'm like,
They
oh,
have a
this
free card.
takes like an hour or two.
Yeah. I didn't do it, but I've done it 3 times. It's too far to go. Yes, I didn't.
Did you like it?
Didn't find that too fruitful.
I haven't been there. That's the only thing I haven't tried yet.
Again, it's networking with folks that are unemployed, so it's like mostly for encouragement
Right.
and support. There's some topics in there, resume building, networking, and things. We can get
I
what
went,
we need
yeah, I
here.
went to the resume building, and you know, those things are, you always come back and turkey maybe, let's see, turkey and white, what else we got? Got a lot of salads. They look like
Very, creating your LLC and various, is that for later?
That's next.
Yeah.
If you want to say this over.
Well, I do have an LLC. On the side to my HCC stuff.
You came to a previous, did you come to one of these before?
No, I know Susan very well. Because I do a lot of stuff with SPE. So I knew all about this, but I've never come to one of these sessions. And so today I just said, screw it, I'm gonna, man, it was late anyways, but I decided to make one of these. And here's Susan. She's like the members in transition kind of guru.
I'm certainly going to come to more options for me.
Yeah, I mean, I work a lot of these issues with people, especially as an HCC advisor. So you got everything here. So chicken salad and rye. So you can get your tuna salad and weeds, tuna and wine. I don't want. Roast
All the places, turkey and white chair, it's not actually okay. It's all about reserves. Yes, they work. How to do reserves.
Yeah, I see. Okay.
It's sort of
Okay, stay with me.
please. Okay, I think I'm going to go smoked turkey rye. I had turkey rye.
Writer's Guide, on the website. You have to be invited. Yeah, right, okay.
You should look into that.
Yeah, I look into that, yeah.
Okay, so what do we have? Rye, chicken salad, that's what it is.
With the,
Turkey and rye.
and in Texas, you want to, yeah, I understand, but you have to build a cup. You're Texas, you have to build a cup with ice. Build a cup with ice. It's not a reach of ice. That's a Texas way of doing it. Oh, when you like put my sandwich down? Yeah. I'm from upstate New York, so I'm not a Texan. I turned New York, so I've been here a long time. Yeah, you know what, they joke about upstate New York, that there's 3 seasons. There's almost winter.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you? So that golf
Speaking in a minute.
is a little bit.
Who are you with? Work. Where are you? Okay. I got you. Very, very weak. Chicken salad. Have any luck?
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much, and I appreciate having such a great large group here today. And you know, I love making presentations to groups like this, and I always think, you know, if I could take the experience in this room and form a company, we can compete with everybody, and I'm sure we could. Can you hear me?
That's good.
That's better? All right. Thank you. And I trail off, you know, keep giving me signals back there, and I appreciate that. All right, we're going to be talking about several different things about starting your own LLC and what do I do during this transition period. And you'll see 2 companies on there. Riverford Exploration is the company we're going to be talking about, and what this is kind of the route that Riverford took starting about 14 years ago. And sometimes it takes a little while to get up and started, and we'll talk about getting started. We'll talk about forming your LLC in the second part. The other company that you'll see up here is called Petrotex Energy, and next month I'll be back, and we'll be talking about next month. This talk we're going to focus on what you can do as an individual and do an individual consulting work or starting your own business. Petrotex is what you're going to be looking at of doing it on a bigger scale. And the way to do it on a bigger scale is work as a team. And I see that we have geologists and engineers and different types of engineers in here. I didn't hear any landmen, but you know, getting together with a group of guys is the way you get bigger and working with bigger kind of funding. And we'll introduce that this month, but we'll really focus on that next month. All right, and the first message is the consulting business and saying to somebody that's been employed for 25 to 40 years, I think we have in this room that kind of experience, and you've always been an employee, and if you all of a sudden say to somebody like that, all of a sudden you're going to be a consultant, it sounds kind of scary, but I assure you, you can do this, and I think everybody should have their own LLC or other structure. I have a company, I like LLCs, and even if you're employed, I think you should start an LLC, what we're going to do. So here's our outline. I'm going to talk about your LLC and what you might be able to do, and there are a lot of different contingencies on doing that, and so if there are questions along the way, that's fine, and I'm certainly working with a lot of people that have come to these presentations and working with them afterwards and helping them get their LLC up and running, and also starting with marketing and getting involved with that, and I'd be glad to help you all with that. We'll talk about funding your LLC, forming and developing your LLC, and that's probably about as far as we'll get in this presentation, and we'll cover the other 4 or 5 steps that are listed there next month. What we're going to be doing over this 2 presentation series is looking at all these and interrelated, but we're going to build this block by block, and we'll end up with a nice structure at the end of this. Next month is about putting the roof on it. What we're talking about this month is about the foundation and the walls of this house. But the first step of that is preamble. And the preamble is that most of us have probably been employed by somebody else when we first got started and out the door. And that's what our experience is going to be. And so for how many that's the path they want to get back to, is they would want to look back towards employment. And I think that would, I see a show of hands of how many people are looking at going that direction. And okay, maybe just less than half, and I would bet it's at least half of the people. And so we're going to talk about LLC, and an LLC can help you get back towards that employment position, and doing consulting is going to get you back towards that employment. And so for half the group, we're going to keep an eye on that future employment as we look at building our own LLC here. I just want to go over some numbers first that came out from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics recently on age groups and the percentage different distribution of employee. And this shows by color bars how long each of those different age groups have been in their current jobs. And there's going to be a couple parts of this. I added that red line on there too, and that goes with that graph that I put on the right-hand side. You can see a 0 to 10. That red line shows what the average years of experience is of somebody in each one of those various age groups. And then I kind of broke it down into the different kind of sub-generations that we talk about. And I see there's a lot of baby boomers in here, there's Gen Xers, and there's millennials in our audience today. And there's good news as far as being an employee in each one of those groups. For the guys that are in the, and when I say guys, I'm using the Texas vernacular, I mean the gals too. In the baby boom group, when you're talking to an employer that's worried about your age, and I know there's a lot of subtle differences between what's legal discrimination and what's actual discrimination that's just kind of silent discrimination that's hard for us to do, is that actually the baby boom generation are the most stable employees of the current people that are available out there in the work group. I'll talk about the skewing of these statistics in a minute. But those employees traditionally have been in companies for longer periods of time. And for example, I started out, when I started working, I worked for Marathon. I worked for Marathon for 15 years, and we heard in the group today a lot of experience with a lot of big-size companies. So who in the audience has been with at least one employer for 10 or more years? Wow. And what that shows me is the stability of the group. So when somebody says, well, you're 55, you're 60 years old, I think the thing that you say with that in employment is they're concerned whether you're going to be there 3 years from now. And you say, look, I individually and my group of peers are the most stable employees you could possibly hire. Because if you look at the low end of this and you look at the millennials and the Gen X guys, even the ones that are approaching 35 years of age, they change jobs every about 2.5 years. And that's a lot different than somebody that was brought up in the baby boom generation. Now, the people, the Gen X people, the companies are looking for younger age employees now. We certainly know that. You have an advantage. The reason these statistics are a little bit skewed is that if you're 30 years old and you have a master's degree, unless you went to college at an extremely young age, there's essentially no likelihood that you have 10 years of experience, right? So this has skewed these statistics a little bit, and if I was a Gen Y guy, I'd kind of point that out as these statistics are a little bit skewed, but I want to use those to your advantage if you're on the higher side of doing that. I started my first business when I was 6 years old. LLCs were not available when I was 6 years old to start a business, and I was a sole proprietor at that time. I wish I would have known about LLCs at 6 years old as much as I know about LLCs. There are a lot of different structures you can use, and we're going to talk about forming your company and the advantages of doing this. I do want to point out I'm going to talk about some legal issues like forming a company, and I'm going to talk about some accounting issues. And I am not a lawyer, and I'm not an accountant. So if you hear something on my side of it that's from experience, if you need more expert opinion, please see an attorney or please see an accountant. But why would you form an LLC? And I would say, and I was when I formed my first LLC, which was, I actually formed my first one about 15 years ago. I was still with the employer. Still with a very stable employer, but I started an LLC looking towards the point in time when I was no longer going to be with that employer. And actually when I started acquiring assets under Riverford, I was looking to do that to have something doing in retirement when I got past that. But you'll see that I've grown that to a bigger size type of organization and did that very slowly. But it provides legal protection for you as the first part of it as an LLC. When you form an LLC, you are providing, if something happens to consulting work that you do, whether you have a product or you're providing a service, you do it under the LLC and your contracts are under the LLC and you have a bank account under the LLC, you're properly organized, that in the future people are not going to come back to you directly if they have a problem. They're going to that LLC. Now it's obviously you that they're talking to, but if the worst happens and you get sued, they're going to go to that LLC. So that's your legal protection from doing it. And then there are also a lot of tax advantages for LLCs. The one I like the best is that an LLC is a corporation as far as lawyers are concerned. And again, this is just my observations of LLCs. But it's a partnership as far as taxes are concerned. And what I mean by that is that my LLCs do not pay any taxes directly themselves. They flow through down to the owners of the LLC. And Riverford Exploration is owned by a company called Riverford Resources. Riverford Resources is owned by my wife and I. And so there's two layers of protection there actually. But whatever Riverford Resources, or excuse me, Riverford Exploration acquires, it flows down to Riverford Resources, and then it flows down to my wife and I. So it's very simple as far as taxes are concerned, but it's providing me the legal protection that I need in the process. And then number three, I'm always employed. Okay, in your as a matter of fact, Riverford, none of my companies has a single employee, not even me. I've never paid myself a dime. I've looked at, and the strategy there is that it's all growth, right? If I start taking income out of there, then I'm taking income, and then it's an income strategy. But if it's a growth strategy, I keep the funds in there. But last year, when I was doing consulting work, I had subcontractors working for me, and so I avoided some of the issues that we were talking about earlier this morning with that. And I did that through subcontracts, and I had those individuals, rather than hiring them as individuals, I asked them to form LLCs, and then we subcontracted with the LLC. But the day I left a job, or the day I lost a job, and there's no employment gap in my history because I've had an LLC for 14 years now. And so I always say that now, be careful about what you call your LLC and be careful about what title you give yourself along there, with an eye towards future employment. And we'll talk about this in a minute. If I'm a geologist or if I'm a reservoir engineer or an operations engineer, and my real goal is to get back to work for somebody else as a geologist or a reservoir engineer, that's the title I should probably have in my LLC. Now, don't call yourself president of your LLC, because as soon as they see president on your resume and they want to hire you for a technical position, they're not interested. As a matter of fact, when you go in for that interview and they ask you, do you want a management job, what's the right answer? No, sir, I'm here to be a geologist or a reservoir engineer, and my career goals are to do the best job I can technically towards doing that. So just keep an eye on that as you're forming your company and giving yourself a title within your own company. This is the point we just talked about. If you're keeping your eye towards employment, of course, we've turned our box a little bit, and we still have employment on there. Be careful about what you do as far as your title is concerned there. And if you're using this LLC, and a lot of you will find that this is a good path to start, and I encourage everybody that's even looking for a job to start down this path. Because if I start down this path and in 2 years they're still not hiring, but my LLC is starting to really kick off, then I've got more options. And the one thing I always teach my children, and has made me a better manager, is what I want to do is develop as many options as I possibly can. And so if I start an LLC today and I start down a path towards consulting or acquiring properties, then I have an option 2 years from now, or in 6 months from now, or next month when the market gets really good, again, of do I want to go back in that market and be an employee, or am I doing so well with my LLC that I want to stay in my LLC? So let me tell you a story about a guy from McDonald's, because this is, as I said, it's kind of scary for somebody who's been with a company for 25 years or 40 years to start out in the consulting business. And one of those issues might be of, well, aren't I taking a pretty big risk? Well, let me tell you about the guy from McDonald's. And the guy from McDonald's was a guy that started and had no college education, but started working in a McDonald's as a cook. And he started working his way up through McDonald's and worked his way up to a manager, and he finally had enough cash reserve that he could open up his own franchise, and started opening up his own franchise. And after he had about 2 or 3 franchises and was in mid-career, his financial advisor said, you need to take some money off the table, and you need to start putting it into stocks and diversify your portfolio. Well, I have an MBA, and I have an MBA in finance, and what do they teach you in finance? Diversify as much as possible. Well, this guy from McDonald's gave that some consideration and finally decided, I've gone from flipping hamburgers to owning 3 McDonald's franchises. And if I do the same thing over the next couple of years, then I'm going to have 5 to 10 McDonald's franchises versus putting it into something else. My opinion about this now has really changed once I found out about what this guy did, because by the time I heard this story, he had 10 McDonald's franchises. And a McDonald's franchise 10 years ago was about $350,000 just to get the licensing fees for McDonald's. So he probably had $5 million at least in his McDonald's. And if he put that in stocks, over the last 15 years, does anybody know what the average return on stocks is over the last 15 years? It's about 4%. Okay? So you've got an expertise. And everybody in this room that I heard was a geologist, an operations engineer, a completions engineer, some line of engineering. And I would bet that you probably, with your expertise in that particular field, if you learn how to market yourself and can put yourself out there as a consultant, and there are other things you can do, and you can focus on the thing that you're an expert on, you probably can get a better than a 4% return. And so this is my McDonald's memory here of why I wanted to go out and start doing something like this anyway. So we're going to go through the first 4 building blocks as we go through here. And the first thing that we're going to talk about is consulting. And consulting is a very broad kind of topic that you want to do, but I think it's probably the easiest of these things that we're going to talk about to get out there and do. And why is consulting one of the easier things to do is because there's very low upfront capital required. I'll show you that you can form your LLC, and you can do that for a few $100s in the state of Texas. and you probably already have a computer and a printer at home, and you can develop some marketing materials, and there's a lot of online marketing that you can do in the process, and that's your time, and that's your effort, but it's not going to cost you any money or any additional funds that you have to do. The tricky part about that is to getting in and marketing yourself and getting out there and being able to present yourself to people to get an opportunity to get back into companies. Susan and I were just talking. Of course, she's now at Subsurface Consulting, and Subsurface, Susan, as I understand, a lot of what they have is you have consultants in geology and engineering fields. People come to Subsurface Consulting because they're lean on staff and say, we've got a new project, can you help us out? Susan coordinates with them and puts together 3 engineers and 3 geologists or whatever the job requires, and they work through Subsurface Consulting. They're probably independent contractors on the other side, and they're going. So there are a couple firms out there like that, and you can contact Subsurface and Susan and find out about doing things like that. She can help you do it. Let me, and I'm helping some other people with marketing. So if you have questions on marketing, I'd be happy to answer those questions for you. Anytime you'll have my information, you can contact me through email or telephone, and I'll help you out and get started down that road. Because I find that engineers and geologists, this is not something that they're really good experts at what they do, and they really have a service that has value, but the issue that they have is they've never had to go out and market themselves to do. So being here today is one of the great things that you're doing, and part of being here today is not only listening to the presentations, but networking with all the individuals that you're with, and there are other networking groups that I encourage you to get together with. Sometimes you say, well, everybody I'm networking with is the same boat I am. Yes, but you start to develop relationships here, because even if you help the other guy get a job, and maybe he can throw you a job once you've gotten to know that person. The other thing is I encourage people to do, and what's blown up my emails and phones over the last week has been because I give presentations. And why is it blown up last week? There was an article that came out 10 days ago that said over the last year and a half we've had fewer discoveries than we've had in the last 70 years. So what happened on Monday? Apache, okay, everybody knows about Apache. So Apache came out on Monday, and it's about the Woodford and the Permian Basin. Well, a year and a half ago, I gave a paper called Stealth Exploration of the Woodford and the Permian Basin. Okay? My phone and that's what I've been doing all morning, is answering people in Midland. So I encourage you to get out and just get your name out there. You're all experts on something. I'm sure you can put together a presentation and talk on something and get out in front, because those abstracts go on websites and the name keeps going around and around. And as a matter of fact, the paper of my talk was Stealth Exploration. There's a company called RSS Consulting out of Calgary. They put out a financial research paper last month, and the topic of the research paper was Apache's stealth exploration. So that actually started the calls coming up, just not the combination with the word Woodford. It was just the combination with the word stealth that got people starting to call me and seeing what they're doing. Consulting is a great way to bring in revenue. Your cost will be very low. You'll have high revenue, so the net income as a ratio or margin is very high when you're doing consulting work. The other thing is, as the industry's turning, guys, I think everybody sees it. One of the measures that I've been out talking to PE companies for a year and a half, looking for $100 million, $200 million to get funded. That's been a very tough road. One of the figures I was using was the statistics from 2009, when we had this happen last time. Prices spiked down. They hit their low in late January of 2009, and they very quickly came back. And what I showed them was a graph that showed the merger and acquisition activity in the year 2009 by quarter. And in the first quarter of 2009, there was $0 billion of M&A activity. The second quarter, there was 6. The third quarter, there was 4. So there have been a total of $10 billion of acquisitions going into October 1st of 2009. In the fourth quarter of 2009, there was $52 billion of mergers and acquisitions of assets activity going on. So in 2015, I was showing that to PE companies and saying, it's going to happen in the fourth quarter of 2015. Well, guess what? It didn't happen because prices stayed low. Creditors who should have been putting some of the management teams under because they weren't meeting their credit facilities did not put them under because they couldn't put one or two guys under because they'd have to put their entire portfolios under. Well, in February, the federal government came in and said, okay, since you guys didn't do it, here are the new constraints. You can no longer lend on 50 months cash flow. You can only do it on 40, and here's your pricing deck you can use. So that's put pressure on these management teams and companies. And so we're starting to see this turn. And if you've been watching those before the Apache announcement, what were all the announcements going on in the Permian Basin? There was a $1.6 billion deal here. There was a $1 billion deal. They were going on all over. So that activity has started to increase. Now, through the first 2 quarters of this year, it's been very low again. But I think by the time we get out of the third quarter, we're going to see that number is going to increase, and it's going to be dramatically higher. So what follows that? If you're following these companies, what I'd be following the companies that are going into a new basin or new play that you have an expertise in. If you're a completions engineer and you've been working in the Bakken, and there's a huge merger in the Bakken, and the company that's going in has no expertise in that particular area, that they're not going to get all the employees that were at the old company. Those are good target companies. And when companies come back, I don't think they're going to look for, right off the bat, they're going to not look to bring on people as employees because that's a big burden to bring on an employee. So what do? You look for consultants. And so you're all experts in that area. So again, I encourage you to talk with Susan. I encourage you to start your own consulting business and get your name out there to be able to do it. The other thing more for engineers than it is for geologists. Geologists, you're probably going to market your expertise and consult as a professional geologist. Reservoir engineers are probably going to do more of the type of thing. The thing that I've done more with some operations and completions engineers, and I've heard it in this room, is people were experts on downhole tools or completion technique. There you might be marketing a product as well as your expertise. There you might say, well, I've got a new valve that nobody else is using. Or maybe you were with Halliburton for 35 years and you developed valves and now you've got the next one in mind that maybe you even have a prototype on. There's a angel investors seminar which is next Thursday at Rice University. It's called the Rice Alliance. I'm glad we're having the presentation today because if you register before, it's either before Sunday night or Monday night, it's $175. If you register after that, I think it's $299. All right? There will be angel investors there, but the oil and gas companies also have venture funds. All the service companies, Baker Hughes is going to be there. I'm not sure who others, I won't name the names, but they all have venture capital funds, and they're looking for people that have the next idea for a next valve in mind. They know that they're not going to develop all this expertise in-house. So if you have that kind of expertise and you're doing consulting, one of the guys, he couldn't be here today, but I'm helping him in the process, and the reason he couldn't be here today is because we've been working through this process, and he is a project manager. And he couldn't be here today because he's out negotiating a contract that's going to keep him going for the next 6 months to a year. But he's more along the project management, and I have knowledge about tools and instruments, and then he may have a product to go along with his consulting services. So this consulting idea is a big package. But it's also your entry. So they might say, well, look, I'm not going to hire you as an employee. Can you consult for 6 months? Or you see that they're kind of teetering and don't know what to do. I would offer myself first as a consultant. And it's much easier. They don't have the burdens. They don't have all the other benefits that they have to do. You take care of all of that. And then that's your door into future employment. Go in there and do such. When I start with, especially when I start with somebody that I haven't worked before, I probably underbill them a little bit, and I make sure that I work extra hours, and I do an extra supreme job of whatever my base job level is, because I want to impress them, because I want them to come back and say, oh my goodness, I can't do without you. Well, if you can't do without me, then if I don't have any consulting jobs, then I'm very reasonable about what I would say my salary might be. But if I've got a ton of consulting jobs going, and they want to hire me full time, then you have probably a little bit more value to yourself, and you negotiate a little bit better. So a good consultant is a good entry into future employment. So the 50% of people that raise their hand, they'd love to go back to an employer, I'd say start on your own and start looking for those opportunities where you can go in as a consultant. I put prospect generation on there because 30 years ago, if a geologist was out on his own, he probably wasn't doing as much consulting for somebody else as they were in small 1- and 2-man shops doing prospect generation. And what I'm going to tell you about prospect generation, and that's still a great idea, I still have a lot of what I call garage, I've got boxes full of great prospects. Right now, people are not looking for, and we'll talk about this next month, right now people are not looking for exploration project ideas, especially things that are one-off, that might only have a couple wells, traditional reservoir that might only have 1 or 2 wells to drill. What they're investing in right now, if they're investing at all, is that they're investing in PDP. And they're investing in PDP in their own assets first. They're not looking for new exploration opportunities because it's cheaper for them. Where all that money is going right now, these PE firms have billions of dollars of free cash right now. When the market turned down in January of 2015, in January or February of that year, they raised more money than they had ever raised before. But what was happening to their investments? They were going in the tank. So all the money they've been raising since that point and for the last year and a half, very little of that money has been going out the door. Now you're hearing about some big deals over the last week. A lot of deals in the Permian Basin because that's what everybody on Wall Street is talking about is the buzz. And so there's a lot of money going towards that, but I can assure you they have a lot more money in place than they've invested out there. But they can go out and work with somebody that has a credit facility on a loan and find a company that's basically upside down to the bank credit that they have, and they can buy it for pennies on the dollar. So they can buy reserves cheaper by going through the credit than they can going out and drilling wells right now. And so until that dries up a little bit, it's going to be hard to go out and even justify doing that kind of work, but eventually they will. So therefore, exploration is even further down the road. And the cost of entry versus being a consultant. Being a consultant, we talked about printing up some business cards, using your own computer at home, and getting out there and trying to show your expertise as your consulting expertise. To become a prospect geologist has changed in the last 30 years. 30 years ago, you could do it with some pencils and Mylar paper and a couple logs, a membership maybe to the log library, and you could do that. Now you've got to have a 3D workstation. You've got to have who's drilling new exploration projects without having 3D seismic? It's very, very rare. So you've got to have a 3D workstation, which is probably $50,000. You've got to have several $100,000 worth of 3D seismic to be able to prospect out, besides having your log library membership. So the cost of entry is much, much higher than it was when I started in the industry as far as being able to do that door. And people aren't looking at doing that. Now, I'm not telling people that they shouldn't do that. I'm working with a geologist in Midland, a young geologist there, who I'm working with to get consulting jobs on the lower bar here through expertise. But her grandfather was one of the past presidents of AAPG, very well-known geologist, and she has a garage full of prospects. And so I'm saying, let's go dust some of those off because those are great. It is a great time, during downtime. I'm not working, 60 hours a week like I'm used to doing. So I've got, several tens of hours every week where I can work with her and get those prospects in shape to sell once that comes around. And if you've got a really great prospect, that's a great way to get into somebody's door, because if somebody buys your prospect, a good way, and they're really impressed with you about that prospect, you might get something to get you going to the next prospect and consulting going, or they might need you as an employee to help execute on that particular project, especially if it's successful. And so it's also a good entry towards employment, but I think it's a tougher road than it was 30 years ago. But it is a method that I'm using in my current consulting business to get ready for the future. And you can see that I've got arrow bars in there, and where I've got arrow bars, these are all interrelated subjects. And so I think there's a lot of interrelationship between being a consultant in employment and also prospect generation and consultant. And I'm doing both those things at the same time. As a matter of fact, all four of these things that we're going to go. And so now let's talk about this, because this is actually where I started out. Not doing consulting on the side. It was actually acquiring properties. And there are methods to acquire properties. And what I'm doing is I'm looking for non-operated properties because, again, I don't want to have a huge employee base. As a matter of fact, I have 0 employees. But as a non-operator, I've had experience not only as a geologist, I also have 2 degrees in finance and business. And so that led me, before I left Marathon, managing land people and reservoir engineers. And so I had experience doing those kind of things and can do that. So I could go in and look at a property sheet and get an understanding of what it was looking like. And then I could build a relationship with the operator. And in the relationship with that operator, even though I'm not operating the property, I can understand what's going on with it and what it is. Next month, I'll talk about what kind of properties I look for and what they are. The first property I bought in 2003, I think I might have actually bought it in 2000. No, I bought it in 2003. It was effective January 1st of 2003. It cost me $15,000. Okay? And that $15,000 has paid out 3.5 times. Last time I looked at it, it was 3.5 times over that 14-year period of time. The next property I bought for $12,000. And the first property I bought, it was 8.5% interest in a well in Grady County, Oklahoma. And I'm looking for low decline, low LOE ratios, some things we'll talk about next month. And lo and behold, that's in the middle of the Woodford and Scoop place. The next property I bought for $12,000, I bought a 5% working interest in a well in North Texas. Same type of decline, same type of very low LOE ratios. When oil was at its lowest, my LOE on that well was 1/3 of what my revenue is. That well's still producing today, and it's paid out 2.5 times. Okay? So those were the kind of things that I was doing. And where was I getting those? I'm getting those at Oil Clearinghouse auctions. I'm getting those on EnergyNet. And then I'm combining prospect generation. I actually put a company, when the Wolfbone play was discovered in southern Reeves County, we were the first company that made that economic. I drilled 24 vertical wells, and I drilled the first horizontal well in the Wolfbone. After the third, as I said, we drilled 24 vertical wells first. After the third vertical well, those wells were still sub-economic, so the financial partners backed out. Well, the light bulb had gone off in my head. I realized what we had to do to the play. I understood what we needed to do technically to make it work financially. And so my job was to find somebody to replace the financial partner. They backed out at 5 o'clock one day. 4 o'clock. By 4:30, I was on the phone. I called one company. They came in at 8 o'clock in the morning. By 12 o'clock, I had that financial interest replaced. So when I went to my boss, I said, okay, I've got it replaced. And the boss said, well, I'm going to take a little bit of it myself as a private company. And I said, you know what, how about if I take a small percentage of this? That was a huge risk because it was mostly drilling in an unproven play. Today, that's the Wolfbone play. At the time, Reeves County was producing 3,000 barrels of oil a month. It's currently producing over 100,000. Excuse me, I think over 3 million barrels a month. So I got a small piece of that along the way, and that was prospect generation and some property acquisition. For the last 4 years, that's mostly what I've been doing is drilling wells out in Reeves County. But that was through property acquisition. I wouldn't have been able to do that when I first started out, but when I got a little bit further down the road, I was able to do that. Yes? Mm-hmm. Yes. I'm focusing on working interest. Focus on overriding royalty. you can go to the same place. As a matter of fact, EnergyNet has more royalty interest and overriding interest than it does working interest, by far, in the same kind of probably price range that we're talking about. Because it's guys that was maybe a geologist that got an override, or a family that had a royalty interest, and so they go to EnergyNet, and they're selling very small pieces of this. And so that's a very good way. There are a lot of companies that focus just on that, and it's a very good way to do it. And the reason people like royalty interest, it's much lower risk. Royalty interest. You're not going to pay anything for the wells. No, they'll have all those documents online. And what I did the first time, even though I felt very comfortable reading the documents, I paid a landman a day rate to come read documents with me and said, go through these for me, even though I'd managed the land department before, go through these with me, make sure I understand what I'm doing. And after once or twice of doing that, I was comfortable enough to go ahead and start doing that on my own. And then talk to, I'm sorry, what your first name is, Jim? Talk with Jim about insurance if you want to go that route before you get too far into doing that also. The reason a lot of people like overrides and royalties are, as I said, they're even lower risk. You're not going to pay a monthly, you don't have any money coming out. That's the highest margin thing you can do is to have a royalty or an override interest. The reason I don't focus on them is I think there are more people focusing on those because it's not only people that are, technical people in the oil and gas business. It's a lot of financial people. It's a lot of families, individuals that are focusing on those. In the multiples you buy that on, the payouts are much further out. That when I started, working interest generally went for about 40 months cash flow, 40, and royalty interest and override interest went for about 60, 50 months cash flow. So if something's cash flowing $100, multiply that by 60, and you get to probably what the price of that ought to be. I've got several rules of thumb, which I'll cover next time. Override and royalties right now are typically at $100 to over $100 cash flow, month's cash flow, depending on where those assets are. So those are just some things to keep in mind, and we can talk about that separately also. Give me a call, and I'll be happy to talk with you about that more. All right, equity interest. Well, if you're working a particular play and you're seeing it's developing in the very early stages of it, like let's talk about the Woodford right now, okay? And let's say that you figured out that Apache's putting together 250,000 acres and they're going to make this huge announcement. Well, their stock went up 6%, 15% this week. This week, yeah, 6% I think the first day after that announcement was made. Well, if you're working that area and you know what they're doing, I mean, if you could have bought Apache stock before the other people. Well, when I was working the Wolfbone and put that play together, I knew who all my neighbors were, and I had confidence about what it was, enough confidence that I took a working interest in the wells when they were uneconomic. You can do the same thing by playing the equity side of that. Okay, if you're an expert in the and you see that play early on, this is of course 6 or 7 years ago. Well, same thing with the Woodford today. A finance guy in New Orleans contacted me because he saw my paper out there from earlier in 2015, and we talked back and forth because he wanted to play Apache. And so I emailed him back. I said, okay, who are the other smaller publics that are interbedded with? Because he seemed very knowledgeable about acreage positions in this. Companies that were really good acreage positions relative to their total value. He was saying that their acreage position was 20% or more of the company value was interbedded with Apache. Now, obviously, has found might be 3 billion barrels of oil, right? It might be 1 billion barrels of uneconomic oil. Okay, these are all source rocks, so we all know how that works. And so we don't know the answer to that yet, but you can still make a play on those kind of things. And so, a couple of years ago, when I was looking around, I bought companies that were pure play Permian players. Of course, we hear that phrase a lot now. Plays that I was very familiar with companies I became very familiar with, and those type of things. That's the other thing. You can do that on the private equity side. I have mineral interest, but I have mineral interest in private companies that put together mineral interest, because I don't have the time to go out there and focus and do all that. So I put money into a company that was a private company that does that. So I do that both on the public and the private sector. And I just want, and the real advantage of that again is you don't have to have, you know, a 3D workstation. You don't have to have that. That's your knowledge of what that is. Now you're putting a lot of capital, and it's not really current cash flow. You know, you're hoping to either build wealth or to have cash flow that you're developing over, you know, a longer period of time. You're going to get taxed very heavily if it's less than a year to be able to do that. But that's another way to play those games with the knowledge that you have out there as a consultant. Yes. You know, RSP, you know, it was a great stock to buy. Not when it first became public, I let it go down, and then I bought it, and they've made a great play out there. Concho is another. Yeah. Yep. And that's where you know your expertise is really good, because you might be an operations guy that's done things all over the world, or you might have a particular play expertise, and that's where I think that has more value, because you know the companies that are doing things that have true, really good value, maybe before the people on Wall Street are able to recognize it, and I think those are the type of plays to be able to do. Mm-hmm. Right, right. So, you know, I've worked for a lot of private firms, and so I've been able to get in and work with private firms and get ownership through doing that. But in doing that process, then I find out, okay, who are these other smaller public companies? And I've done better with the smaller public companies. It's also higher risk, though, because if that play goes bust and it's a company that's worth $100 million, and it doesn't make any sense to be public unless you're a minimum of $100 million because of the cost. But you're a $100 million company and you've got 50% in one play, and that one play doesn't work out, you know, you could lose all the money that you've invested in those kind of. So it is high risk, but you might have knowledge of these plays that are going to be good plays, and to be able to do that. So I want to talk a minute, and I kind of hit on these topics. I want to talk about which are a little bit riskier and which haven't. As we've hit all these, we've talked about that. Consulting, I think, has a very low cost of entry. You have immediate revenue. It has a high margin, and it's something that I recommend you start right away in doing, because I think everybody in here can sell themselves as an expert in a particular area. And as employment comes back, I think with people that are especially the experienced people, I think they're going to look for you as a consultant before they ever look for you as an employee. So I would recommend everybody go into consulting. As I said, it's a great lead into employment if you're going that direction. Prospect generation, you can tell right now I'm not very positive about prospect generation. It has a very high cost of entry. You have to look at your market. Your market just doesn't exist out there. It's very small. There are some people still doing it, but it's a very difficult thing to do. When things change and we get back to drilling, and especially when all the PDP, there's enough capital to cover all the PDP and everybody's credit is in good standing again, and people start doing exploration, you know, I'll change my opinion on that. Right now, that's not something, I'm spending a little bit of time doing it just because I have things available to clean up and work on. So I'm cleaning up now, and 2 or 3 years, if things are really improved, I might have something to do. So I do a little bit of that, not very much. Property acquisition, I look, not daily, but every week. I spend some time every week looking at what's available out there and talking to my networks, also trying to find out what's available on doing that. And then equity is something, I don't do that on a weekly basis. That really is more of just kind of aha moments of, I'll say, look, I've got, you know, cash flow coming in. I've got some extra money out here. There's 5 publics that are small publics that are in this play that I know is going to take off like crazy. And so I'll do that type of thing and go out and do that. And as I said, an opportunity to go into a private mineral company. And so I went that direction with doing that. So those are some of the things that just I wanted to give people an idea of what they can do. But I think everybody should start down there and get an LLC up and running and going. As I said, the red circle shows us again Those are great lead-ins and ways to get into employment and working with somebody in the future. You can go with them. If I've got a position available and I've got 3 great engineers that are knocking on my door, I might pick the 2 best and say, okay, you're consultants, and then I'm going to hire 6 months from now you might hire the best one because you're going to need somebody long term. So I think that's a great way to get back in the door, because it can be very frustrating right now if all you're doing is trying to answer, is look for employment. I think you can make progress as a consultant. This box I want to do one warning on, and that's this area right here is what I want to highlight, is that if I'm looking for employment, especially in a public company, and this goes to kind of what you heard this morning when we were first talking, if I own a lot of oil, if I own some oil and gas properties, even as a non-operator, or if I have an equity position in ExxonMobil, that's not a problem. But if I have a equity position in a private company, that's a problem, okay, for a public employer. And because they have to assure their investors there's no conflicts of interest out here, and that's why it's a problem for them, is that they believe you have a conflict of interest. If you work for ExxonMobil or Chevron, they're probably not going to allow you to invest in their oil wells, right? And they're not going to allow you to make those kind of investments. So a little bit of warning. So if you go in this direction and you're really going towards employment, I'd be very careful about stepping over this line here and stepping over this line from public to private equity over here, because that could be an issue. Now, I started with Marathon. I was with Marathon for 15 years. The last 25 years, I've been with private companies. And so when I've gone from private company to private company, that's not been an issue with the family companies that I've been working for. As a matter of fact, when I find a geologist who's been out in the private world for 25 years and I ask him that question, what assets do you have and what properties do you have? Do you have oil and gas production? He tells me no. I'm like, well, why not? Why don't you? Because hopefully somewhere along the line you start to gain these things. But we do want to be aware of it. But if you're a consultant and you're advising on your technical consulting expertise, and Exxon wants to hire you because they're so impressed with you, that's not a barrier there. You stop your employment contracts and you finish up your contracts and you're done. If you're selling a product, a downhole valve, maybe Baker Hughes is going to hire you because you developed that valve. And then that's not going to be a problem, because then you can assign whatever you have to them or make an agreement with somebody else and put that agreement behind you, and you can go to work and you're not going to have those kind of issues of conflict for interest. Are there any questions on these 4 or this particular box that we have up right now? On what kind of assets you have? Yeah. Well, I think I've been asked every one of those questions in interviews somewhere along the line. I remember interviewing with a great family in Dallas, and the patron of the family looked at me very carefully at the end. I could tell they were very interested, and he was staring, just way too close. And he goes, "You drink?" And I said, "Well, no, sir, not in the way that you think. I have a glass of wine, in the evening." And he said, "Well, I was just looking because I don't see any broken blood vessels or in your nose or in your eyes. So I don't think you're a drinker either." But so obviously I could have taken him to the board, but I did get the job, so I'm absolutely. Yes, it could be an issue. What I would do in that point is, if I think there's a 10% chance I'm going to sell a prospect that might bring me in $500,000, and I'd say there's a 10% chance I'm going to get there, so the net present value of that is $50,000, and this employer is offering me a job at $250,000, it's not going to be a problem. What I'm going to do is I'm going to drop the prospect, I'll put it back in the box, it goes back in my garage, and I'm not going to make it an issue. Now, again, if you've got an ownership, if you end up from a prospect generation and you've got a working interest in it, or you get an override, that might be a little bit more of an issue. Mm-hmm. Oh, yes. But this is if I, yeah. Well, this is if I have my own LLC, right? And mm-hmm. Right. Right. Yeah. Well, and you're getting into legal, question and issue, and I'm not here to answer that. But my experience has been no. As a matter of fact, the company is going to hire me because I'm an expert in the Williston Basin or the Permian Basin. They're not going to if somebody's working Reeves County in the Delaware Basin, they're not going to hire a Richland County, Montana expert to work Reeves County. So if I have prospects in Reeves County and they hire me for working in Reeves County, then it depends on what phase you are in that prospect. If I've got ideas and concepts and they've hired me to do that, then I would say that if I don't work on those prospects, that they have no ownership right to those. Now, if I work on those prospects while I'm an employee of that company, I would say yes, they actually do have an ownership right into doing those. So, what you'd want to do is if you say, well, okay, I'm going to exclude sections 3 and 4 in Block 13 in Reeves County because I have pre-existing prospect there, which I will show to you, and you can drill if you want to. But I'm going to exclude that from an employment contract. Mm-hmm. Right. Right. Yeah. Now, if I was being hired as a Reeves County expert and I knew I was going to work Reeves County, then I would do exactly that. If I'm working all over the United States and I've got prospects, what are the chances I'm going to bump into those prospects I've got in the garage? Very little. But at the point that you do, then at that point you should disclose that to your current employer. If I'm in this area right here, I'm an individual working under my own LLC. When I make this cross over here, you are now owned by your employer, I think is the point that you're getting to. And if I'm happy with my job and I want this to be a 5-year job, I'm going to do everything I can do to make this guy happy. So if I lose out, and this has happened, if I lose out on something that I worked on 10 years ago because I'm keeping this guy happy, but it's going to keep my job for another 5 years, I'm going to do it. So, you obviously have decisions to make along the way. And, the easiest thing to do is make sure that you, when those conflicts arise, let your employer know, I've worked this area before, bring it on in and be able to show it. I've worked out agreements with employers going in the door where if it's a prospect that I've worked on before and I bring it, I get a 1% override. And I go to the employer. The first time that happened, the owner of the company went berserk. Okay? Like, why am I giving you a 1% override? I pay you, as vice president of exploration because it's in the agreement. But it was obviously upsetting him so much that I said, fine, we'll just do away with that agreement. Okay? And so I kept my job and made people happy. So those are decisions you make along the way. Okay? No, it's not. Make an LLC? Okay. You can, and we'll talk about this in the next couple steps. You can form an LLC tonight on the computer when you get home. And you can do it for, I think it's $325. I'm not quite sure. So let's say between $300 and $400. You can do it between $300 and $400. If you do it as a sole proprietor, what you're doing professionally is not divided from your assets that you have individually and what you've built individually. Okay? So let's say I have a product and it's a downhole valve, and that downhole valve is used, and as a result of using that downhole valve, they can prove legally that they just lost a $10 million well that had a net present value of $30 million. They might say, it's your valve, you owe me $30 million, and they're going to take you to court for $30 million. As a sole proprietor, they're going to come after everything that you own, okay? For $400, I can set up an LLC, and I'm going to do my work, and I'm going to have all my contracts with whomever I'm working for under that LLC. If I make a $30 million mistake, and I've got an LLC, and the LLC is worth $100,000, and they say, I want $30 million, and here's the 3 biggest lawyers in Texas. I'm going to say, here's all my assets in the LLC. See you later. Okay? So it provides legal protection for you at a very low cost. Yeah, I'm not giving legal advice. There are other requirements along the way. So LLCs go a long way. Now, they can be penetrated, and that's always going to be what the lawyer is going to attack first. He's going to attack that LLC structure and say you were operating in the I've seen that happen. Unfortunately, we didn't have to work on many legal issues 30 or 40 years ago in a percentage that we have to work. It's much more litigious society today than it was 40 years ago. And I've seen lawyers try to break down those barriers almost every time. And I know they're successful occasionally, but not as often as they try to break them down. So it gives you, there are other things that you have to do. You have to have an organizational agreement. You can get those online and start filling in the lines. You have a separate bank account. You start making sure that so there are other things that you do along the way. And if you do all those things right, it's going to be extremely difficult for an attorney to break down that LLC and get to your individual assets. Yeah, and what's the other thing is obviously the lawyers are going to want to do that. There's a lot of things that you can do and educate yourself on how to do these things properly, and not have to go, to the expense. There are times that you need to go get a lawyer. There's a lot of reading that you can do on your own and get an education and understand how to do these things yourself without having to go to a lawyer. Because if I'm trying to do this and I'm bootstrapping this, and I'm trying to do this as inexpensively as possible, and if I go talk to a lawyer for an hour and it costs me $250 and I need that lawyer for 10 hours or more, that's a huge expense to someone who's trying to start up an LLC with $400. Okay? So you can educate yourself along the way. Don't let the lawyer scare you. There's times that you need to go to them, but there's a lot that you can do individually on your own. So let's jump from that over towards funding and setting up your own LLC. And as we go down this, we're going to talk about getting started on the very beginning of that green line. And of course, the first thing that you're going to go to is being self-funded there. And so you're going to start with an idea or a catalyst. We'll talk about that when we talk about a business plan here in a few minutes. You're going to get a LLC or some type of organization formed in the state of Texas or wherever you'd like to do that. And then you can, and there are other things that you can do with getting an operating agreement in place and understanding what you're doing, and there's marketing efforts. But once you get all those lined up, then you're ready to go start, and that's why I think consulting is the easiest way to do that, is get started on doing that. What an operating agreement, and again, this is for people that have been in oil and gas operations, it's kind of like, okay, is this a JOA or what is it? It's not. It's about the organization. And basically what an operating agreement says is, here's where the organization was formed, here's what type of organization it is a partnership, a sole propriety, is it an LLC, and then here's who the owners are. And in this case, you can have a single, it used to be when you had an LLC, you had to have at least 2 people forming it. Now you can have single entity LLCs. So you can have who the partners are exactly, or who the owners are, and then it talks about the management of it. Is that the owners of the organization elect so-and-so to be the managing member of the organization or the president of the organization, and what their position you should have an operating agreement, because when the lawyer comes to see you, one way he's going to break down that LLC is say, there's no operating agreement here. You formed an LLC and you don't have an operating agreement. So this LLC is basically you. But if you have an operating agreement in place and it spells all that out, and you said, I'm the owner, and as the owner I appoint myself the head manager and there's no other managers in the organization, and I'm going to get together in 6 months again and I'm going to have a new vote. So the term of my office is for 6 months, and in 6 months we'll do this all over again. In 6 months I put another piece of paper in there and said I had a meeting and I elected myself president. And so you have those kind of responsibilities that you do have to take care of once you have an organization set up. All right, so that's as simple as you need to do when you're off and running and doing it. But what if you want to put in $100,000 but you want to have $1 million organization? Where are you going to go now to get the additional funding? This is the next step slide I had on. So we're going to talk about a couple of these on the next slide. Is going to families and friends is the next place to go to. Okay? Well, when you take the next step and you go to a venture capital or you go to go get private equity, they're going to ask you that. How much money are you putting in? How much did you get from your family and friends? Okay? And I've never taken that step. I'm not going to my 89-year-old father and saying, look, I'm doing oil and gas exploration, and it's really risky, and I want half the money that you have remaining, and I'm going to risk that on what I'm doing. I'm not going to, I'm not doing that with my father. I'm not going to do. Now, my brother's in a business that has much less risk than oil and gas, and he has gone to family and friends and gotten money to be out. So those are individual decisions that you make, and it's individual decisions with the people that you're working at. I just want you to be aware when you go to the next step, you are going to be asked that question. Okay. Next is venture capital, and we'll look at who these venture capital people are. At first, we're generally talking about angel investors, and there's a lot of angel investors. As a matter of fact, if you go to the Rice Alliance conference next Thursday, this is the second time I've mentioned it, there's going to be a lot of angel investor networks there. The Houston Angel Network, I think, is the largest in the United States, okay, as far as funding projects and as far as involvement in doing it. Most large schools now have their own investor fund. And so there's an Aggie investor fund, and the Houston Angels and the Aggie investors will be at the Rice Alliance next Thursday, $175. And you can meet these guys and give them your business plan and tell them what you're doing and get to work on going with that. So if you went to a larger school, you can go on doing it. They say, well, I went to the University of Missouri. People in Missouri do not understand oil and gas investment. So I don't go to people that are outside of oil and gas investing. Texas, Oklahoma, Louisiana, maybe parts of Colorado. Those people understand oil and gas a little bit better. You talk to somebody in New York or along the Great Lakes, and when I tell them I'm a geologist, they tell you about the latest archaeological dig, right? And they don't understand the risk. They don't understand the amount of computer work that we do and how high-tech oil and gas is. I don't want to have people like that. And also, it's very difficult. I've got Reg D up on there. Reg D was something that was very popular pre-2008 and 2009. What happened in 2008 and 2009? Besides oil crashing, the mortgage and the financial crisis. And so oil and gas was a great vehicle to go out there in the Reg D market. And the Reg D, what that means is there's a Regulation D of the Securities Act of 1934, that has Reg D as a subchapter, which identifies what accredited investors are. And accredited investors are individuals that make $200,000 a year, or as a couple makes $300,000 a year and has at least $1 million in assets. And they figure if you're in that level that you have the knowledge to be able to invest in higher risk things like oil and gas. And so doctors and lawyers and retired engineers, they love to invest in oil and gas prior to 2009, because if they had huge profits from their stock gains and we were drilling wells for $1 million, and 85% of that $1 million they could take as an IDC and a loss against their gains, in stocks. They loved oil and gas investments. But when the financial crisis hit in 08 and 09, it wiped that market basically out. They still have regulations, but it's much more difficult than it was. But I just want you to know that's and I've done that before 2008 and 2009. I haven't done it since. So here's a list of funding sources we do want to talk about. We talked about being self-funded. You're bootstrapping, you're doing this on your own. The next is you go to family and friends if you want to go that way, but at least be prepared for the question. And then we're going to talk about venture capital. And venture capital, our angels that we mentioned, and those are great organizations to do. They generally don't do over $1 million or $1.5 million, but I think when you're starting out, you probably don't need to have much more than that. B there is private equity. Generally, when you're doing private equity, you're looking at something between $20 million and $500 million. So we'll talk about that next month because that's what I'm doing as a team, but I'm not doing that individually. So we'll pass that. There's mezzanine financing available. Mezzanine is equity financing generally, but it's extremely high interest rates. So that's listed down there. There are a lot of groups out there that do that. It's easier to get loans from mezzanine or equity from mezzanine. Next is we're going to go to loans. Mezzanine sometimes will finance things differently than a bank would. But let's talk about the loans and debt financing. First one is I recommend that if you haven't gone through a process like this before, that you go to the Small Business Administration. And there's also a Small Business Development Corporation who was here last month speaking is associated with the University of Houston, or go through a group like that to help you go through these, because once you get accredited by a Small Business Administration, your loans are guaranteed. Then when you go to a bank to get a loan, they see that the Small Business Administration is going to guarantee 75% of that loan. They're taking much less risk with you than they are with somebody that doesn't have that guarantee. Commercial banks, and I've done that too. When I've had gotten enough production, I've gone to a commercial bank to do that. But they also might want to assign, and they typically are going to do this, especially when you're small. I say, okay, well, give me the note on your car, give me the note on, other assets that you have, as well as what you have in oil and gas. They're convertible debt to equity borrowing. So I would start out by going to the Small Business Administration or Small Business Development through the University of Houston. I would start preparing the paperwork that you need in business plan, and we'll talk about that next, to go see some angels. Then those would be the first two steps that I want to do. Some of the non-traditional, there are competitions. For example, there's business plan writing competitions, and you might be able to win a couple $100 from doing that. Is that enough to really get a business like you want to get going? Probably not, but it probably can take some of the bite off, especially if what you're doing up front is consulting type work, and you just need to have an extra computer. Vendor credits are that simply what you've done is that you've gone out there, you owe some people some money, but they're going to give you time to be able to pay that off, and then doing it. Factoring is generally done on accounts receivable, so if somebody owes you a lot of money but you're not going to get paid for months, you can do what's called factoring, where you go to somebody else and say, this guy owes me $10,000, but I'm going to get it in payments of $10,000 each over the next 6 months. So you might go to somebody in factoring, and I'm not in the factoring business, but they might give you $40,000 for your $50,000 that you're owed over that period of time. So that's what factoring is. And then something that, and this is the one, Susan, that I had to put, the extra line that I had to put in this morning, because I thought about it on the way down, because I've actually looked into doing this too, and this is going to be huge. In a couple years, this is going to be one of these items up here a lot further, is e-funding. Crowdfunding starting on the computer. There's actually a guy in the Woodlands that in 1992 or 4, something like that, set up the first computer website to raise funds to do projects, and that e-fund is still out there. There's another crowdfunding that's specifically for oil and gas that Duncan, one of the Duncan sons or grandsons, just started, and so they're looking at projects out there. So those are other sources to go to, and especially if you're kind of on the prospect phase of that you need, $2 million to get a prospect well drilled. That would be something that you want to go to. And obviously e-funding is something that's kind of in its infancy. I mean, it's less than less than 15, 20 years old, which for anybody that's older than 40, that's not very much time. But that's something that's going to get huge over time. So look at some of those e-funding potential sources out there. All right, forming and developing your own LLC. And this is the heart, and these are the slides, Susan, that I provided. There's 21 slides here, and there's a ton of information here. And so we're going to go over these slides. So when I put one up, start reading, okay? Because I might talk about what's there, or I might say other things that you want to be able to do it. But these are what these are. These are questions, and as well as questions, they're steps you can take to do your company. Because maybe your own company is a great idea and a good thing to do. And as I said, I would encourage everybody to start down this step, but it might not be for everybody. And as you're developing a business plan, these are questions that you have to ask yourself, and you have to answer them in paper, okay? Don't just say, here's a question, and think of an answer. And the reason is because you want to write it down, and then you want to reread that a couple days later. I learned, when I finally got to college, I finally learned when I write an English paper, or I have to turn a paper in, don't wait until that last minute and write the entire paper, and as soon as I get done, go back to the beginning and start reading again. Write it, and then put it in a basket somewhere for 2 days. Because when I go back 2 days later, I really read what it says versus what I think I'm reading, right? So this is what you want to do with all these questions. All right. And I think everybody in this room, obviously, if you're a geologist or an engineer, you're well educated and you can write, okay? So you need to start taking these processes. So write complete considerations to those. All right? First one seems kind of simple, but that's a really important step, right? Because you say, well, this guy told me to start an LLC, so why am I going to start an LLC? And hopefully it's not because I listen to guys talk and I'm starting an LLC. I mean, you put some thought. Where are you going? Where's this journey going to take you? And why do you want to start a business? When I started my business in 2003, as I said, I wanted to acquire some long-term operating properties. So when I no longer was working, I could still keep my fingers in oil and gas. I'd have some revenue coming in, and I was writing checks, and I'd have an operator I could call up and get to know the land department a little bit, and I could be involved in it. And if I didn't want to do that and I wanted to go golf and fish for, 3 weeks out of the year, all I had to do was get my checks out of the mailbox and pay a couple bills, and on I go. I wanted to do, but it was going to keep me involved in oil and gas. And what I found was, once I got started, it actually started to amounting to something. So that was my reasoning. Your reasoning is going to be very different. It might be that I want to get a name for myself as an expert consulting and completions engineering, because my goal is to go work for Continental in Oklahoma City and complete wells in the Bakken, or whatever it is. But becoming a consultant is a great way to be able to do that. So this is where you really need to start thinking about, okay, if I want to be, I'm going to start a business as a completions engineer in the Bakken, and I'm a geologist, that's probably not a great route. So make sure that your technical strengths match what you want to do, because you have to sell yourself as an expert. And you're going to sell yourself, and let's just say you're going to do that somewhere between $75 and $250 an hour. All right? Well, why am I going to hire you for $100 an hour? Is you really have to be able to express to somebody why you have technical expertise that they might not even have in-house. So if you're going to a 50-employee company that has 2 completion engineers already, why do they need you? They need you because those completion engineers do gravel packs offshore, and now you've got to frack the Bakken. And I've been fracking the Bakken. And so then you can go into it. So look at that, and also look at the managerial side of it. As we go down here is, do you plan on hiring additional people? Do you want to build the company to that size? As I said, my goal is to have no employees, not even myself. But if I do that, like I said, the first time I went to go buy land, I paid a landman a day rate to come with me to read documents with me, just to make sure that I was seeing everything that I needed to see. And so what you really want to do is say, okay, well, if I've got good geologic and basic reservoir engineering skills, if I'm going to go buy properties, I can do all the evaluation. I can do the cash flow evaluation. I can do the formation evaluation. I can project what this well is going to make. I can project the cash flows for the next 20 years. And I've done land work before, but I'll get the land expert to come with me when I do this the first time. Or if I have to give input into a completion, I'm probably going to have to go find a completions engineer to come with me. Last year I had an engineer, a geologist, and a petrophysicist working for me in subcontracting, and that wasn't just because of the areas that they could cover, which was a big part of it. It was also because of time. I had a contract. I couldn't possibly fulfill the amount of time requirement that was required to get all of that done, so I did through subcontracting. But I knew what my strengths were, and I knew what my weaknesses were. So because the work involved a lot of petrophysics, I'm a good basic log interpreter, but I don't have a petrophysicist skill, so I knew when I had to hire somebody like that and when that time was. Yeah, and one of them, all the other people I had an LLC that were inactive, but they had LLC, so I said, great, your contract's going to be with your LLC. One of the guys didn't have an LLC, and so I walked them through this process, and I said, okay, tomorrow we'll do an LLC, get it all formed, and we'll do the contract tomorrow with the LLC that you form. And with my partners, I do the same thing. And so with my partners that I'm doing in the bigger corporation, I do it and I say, look, I love you. You're my partner. We're going to go through a lot of things together. But if something happens to you, I want to deal with your LLC. I don't want to deal necessarily with your wife, although I love her too. I don't want her as my partner. If something happened to him and there wasn't an LLC there, she could come in and say, hey, I'm your new partner. With an LLC, I say, well, no, I'm going to work through the LLC. I'm not going to work. And so and I explain that to my partners when I do it, and everybody's fine with that. Next is, do you have the accounting and finance background to do that? I started as an accounting major and then ended up with two finance degrees. So I have a little bit of expertise into this, but a lot of PEs I've talked to said, Bill, we want you to have a finance guy on board if we're going to give you $100 million. And what's my answer? Yes, sir. Let's start talking about who we want to hire as the finance guy to do that. Number 6, do we really want to be an entrepreneur? Do you have the desire and commitment and the fortitude? If this is your end path, and this is a path to go down to, but as I said, it's an option for you to develop. I suggest you go down this path and start working down this path, because you don't know if you're looking for a job, you don't know if that job is coming in 3 years, or you don't know if it's coming next month. If you start down this path, at least you have the option to be able to do it. The next is, can you survive for 3 years without getting paid from it? I've survived for 14 years without taking $1 out of my LLC. Okay? For most of that time, I've been employed in other positions, and then when I have slow times, I do my LLC. And people say, well, how can you run that LLC? I said, look, that's my hobby. I can do that at night, and I can do that on weekends. I do all my own accounting, and I do that on the weekends when I need to be able to do it. But can you survive and that's just planning purposes. I mean, you might get a huge contract, form your LLC, and in 2 weeks you could have a huge contract. And that's usually not the case, though. It's going to take some marketing effort, and you have to be willing to survive. It's suggested that you have at least 3 years to be able to do that. All right, number 2, your business plan. What's your idea? Are you selling a service? And if you're doing a contract, you're selling a service. You're selling your expertise, or is this a product? You need to do some marketing research. If I'm selling myself as a geologic expert, what's my market? I think my market is improving dramatically right now, because I think there are going to be a lot of people that are going into the Permian Basin that don't have the type of expertise that they need in the Permian Basin. And so that's who I've been targeting for this past week, and I'm getting a lot of good hits on that because of doing that. So that market is improving, but you need to take some time to understand your market. Do you know how many customers you know? Do you know where you're going to go to find them? Do you know who your competition is? If I'm going to say I'm a Permian Basin expert in the Woodford and the Wolfcampian, and they've got 10 other guys saying the same thing, you've got to be able to say, I know who those 10 guys are, and I know how to differentiate myself versus those 10 guys. I'm going to say to the guy, look, I'm the one that's worked Pecos County. and the other guys you're talking to have all worked in New Mexico. That might give you the job. Next, we need to get to writing a business plan. There's a lot you can go out on the web about just Google business plans, and there's a lot of things. The first place they're going to take you back to is the Small Business Administration. So you've already been there and met with them. But you also want to have your quick 30-second speech, your 2-minute speech, just like you did at the beginning today, and your 5-minute, because you want to be prepared. What do I say when my 30-second pitch is successful? And the guy wants to keep going. Now, do I have my 5-minute pitch ready? And then can I keep going on it? You have to look at your organizational structure, and the management is obviously, if you're going to somebody else, the management who you're doing. This is the one I have in my, and this is for Petrotech that we'll talk about. And so look at what I have in red there is the first line. So if somebody says, tell me about yourself. What do most people say? Well, I've got bachelor's degree. I've got a bachelor's degree in this. I've got a master's degree in this. I worked for Marathon for 15 years. I did these things at Marathon. That's not what they want to hear. What they want to hear is what you have to say. And I heard one guy in the introductions do that as his second sentence. I think maybe it was you that said, because a lot of people said, I have a successful career as a blank, blank, blank. It doesn't tell me anything. You say, I turned around a firm that was $70 million in the hole into a $600 or $700 million gain in 2 years. Do you think that the investor that might be interested is going to go, how'd you do that? Okay, I've just gone from my 30-second speech to my 5-minute speech, right? And I'm fine. So that's what I've had. As a matter of fact, that's how my LinkedIn page, that's how it starts. Because if somebody wants to look at my LinkedIn page and they want to hire me and they see that as the first thing. So when you talk about I was a completions engineer and I had a successful career completing wells in the Bakken, what's that mean? Well, if you say we drilled 100 wells drilled and I did this technique and the company made $100 million of additional revenue because of this technique I introduced, hey, that's interesting. You know, that's the kind of thing you want to talk about, bottom line kind of things, and you want to make them leading statements. And by leading statements, it's like you want them to ask the questions. You want, rather than you speaking for a half an hour, you want them to constantly ask you questions. When I go to HGS, Houston Geologic Society meetings, now, round table with 12 people at it, let's say. Less than half the people are working. So there's 4 guys working, and there's 8 guys around the table doing the job. Okay? And more often than not, one of the young guys will start talking, and he'll talk for 30 minutes, and he'll say exactly what all his skills are. And I'm going, you just wasted everybody's 30 minutes at this table. What I do is I listen to people. And I talk to the guy who's working for somebody. And I get him to talk about his projects. And the questions I ask then are, well, what problems are you having? Or what haven't you solved yet? Okay? And because at the end of the 30 minutes, I'm going to hand them my business card. And I just did this for one in Oklahoma. And they said, you know, it was a geologist, and the thing they hadn't done was a statistical analysis of geologically of what was adding to good production, what was adding to bad production. So I handed her my card and said, I've done a number of statistical analysis like that. I'm an expert in statistical analysis. I can help you out in a very short period of time. And I gave her my business card. So you're solving problems for other people. You're not talking about what you think is great and wonderful. You have to think about what they want to hear when you're writing your own bio. So make sure that you get that. Now, they're going to want your full resume in there and such too. You want to address what service and products and what you're providing for them. What are your marketing and sales plans, funding? You know, write down your goals of those 12 things. What are you going to hit first, second, third, and fourth, and how are you going to address and attack those? As I said, be prepared to add 20 to 30% depending on what it is. Almost every PE guy, that's one of the first questions they ask me when I know they're interested in how much money are you going to put in? What they really want to know is how much skin I'm going to have in the game. Well, if I tell them $10, I mean, that's, you know, they want to know I'm going to put in $1 million. They want to know that if this company doesn't work, I'm going to have a huge, that's going to be a huge loss for me. And why they want to do that is they don't want to see me have a huge loss. They want to make sure that I fight hard enough that I don't lose money, because that's how hard they want me to fight for them, so that I earn $1 million and they earn $100 million. Okay, that's why they ask you that question. And then if you don't know how to do financial projections and financial modeling, that's where you want to go and get with a finance guy and say, how do we do this? That marketing plan is really important. That becomes the document that you use, and you let everybody in your company know what that says. If you have other people that you're working with, you really want to focus on the first year. However, and I'm going to let you read all this, is once you get that plan for the first year, you also want to put in there, well, what's the plan for the next 5 to 8 years? And that might only be a few sentences, but you want to know where you're going to go after that first year and what the long-term focus is. But you really have to focus on that first year, because if you don't make it past the first year, who cares what year 8 looks like? All right, here we go. You can go online to the Texas Controller, and you can find in there, and there's under public information, and here's how you form your organization. You go to the Controller's office website first, and you type in public information. And that will come up, and it'll have a couple bars in there, and you say, I want my company name to be Smith. And you want it to be Smith Oil and Gas. So you can type in Smith Oil and Gas, or you can just type in the name Smith. And then it's going to come back with every company that has the name Smith in there. It's going to come back with Smith International. It's going to come back with Smith E&P. So Smith is probably not a good start, right? So you go in there and put it kind of short and put it in there and see if it has a name. And so if you put in that and you type in Riverford, you'll find 3 companies that are actually named have Riverford. They're all my companies. And so when I typed that in first, there was nothing even close to Riverford in the state of Texas. So I knew that was a safe name to choose. Now, if you go in and choose Riverford, but you name it slightly different, you might have somebody come after you and say, that's my name. And I've spent years building that brand name. So that's why you have to be careful with names. But you can go in there and decide on the name of your company and make it kind of generic. I was working with a guy, and he has Saint in the first part of his name. And he's working on project management, and he's going to the Middle East because that's where he's going to have most of his clients. And he just realized, I've got Saint. And it's a mountain. It's named after a mountain, okay? Saint something mountain. Well, that doesn't matter, it has a Saint. So give some thought towards what you're naming it. Now, Riverford Exploration is a good name for an oil and gas company. The other one's Riverford Resources, and that's actually the one I started with. Because if I work for Chevron and they see I have an LLC out there called Riverford Exploration, they're probably going to have a problem with that. But if I have Riverford Resources and they come to me and say, Bill, what's Riverford Resources? And I say, well, that's just family assets. I just put them underneath that LLC. Then that's not going to be an issue, and that's not going to be a problem. So be careful about what you use as a name. Yeah. Okay, great. So if I have Fairhurst Geologic, they might want me to be a professional geologist, right? Yeah. Okay. All right. That Susan's going to check on to see what we have to do. Then you go to once you have that all set, then you go out to the Secretary of State. And on the Secretary of State, and the LLC form is 205, and you can fill that out on the computer. And if you know what you're doing, you can do it in about 20 minutes. If you don't know what you're doing, it's going to take about 40 minutes just because you have to read things a little bit more carefully. And you have a credit card available, and you put in your credit card information, and that's all you have to do, and then you're formed in the state of Texas. Now, again, have an operating agreement ready. The next step is go to the IRS Gov. Once you have your certificate from the state of Texas, you'll have this slide. You'll have all these slides. You go to the irs.gov and you can get an EIN, which is like the social security number for the company. It's the employee information number. Of course, you're not going to have any employees maybe, but that's what they call it, as an EIN, and that's the number that you're going to use that. Once you receive that EIN and you have your certificate from the state of Texas, and that might take a couple extra days to get that certificate, then you can go to the bank and say, I want a bank account for my engineering company. And you've got your certificate in the state of Texas, you have your EIN number information, and you put $10,000 in your checking account, and you're up and running as far as that. Number 10, I've got down there, have your articles of organization, and then whatever form you fill, you're basically ready to go. Yeah, and it might cost, it's going to cost you more. This process doesn't take very long. 6-7 years ago, I was going to buy an airplane. What a bad thing to have as far as liability. And so I finally realized that night. I said, I don't want this in my own name. I crash that thing, they'll come and die. Not that the airplane is crashed and burned, it's whatever I ran into, and they're lawyers that are going to sue me. And they're coming after my wife. So I said, I'm going to have an LLC. And so I decided that the night before I was going to buy, I got this all done in probably less than an hour. Well, now, of course, I've been through it twice before. Actually, the first time I did it, you had to do it through mail. That's in 2004. Now this is very easy to do online. Okay. That you might operate. Okay. All right. And just here are other things, to ask yourself, do you have insurance in place? And that's where you're going to call up Jim. Do you have furniture, computer, software needs? These are just things to think about when you're starting your business. So Susan's going to provide all these for you. I know that's a lot of information. There are 21 slides that were the last 21 that we went over. That's really the heart of it, about getting it going. I suggest you all start down this path and get going on this path, and I wish you all the best of luck.
Thank you, Susan. How is my mic working okay? It's there, I assume. Okay, good. All right, my name is Jim Sledzik, as Susan said. Thank you very much. I've got this enviable task of keeping everybody on a Friday afternoon after lunch. So in my Speech 101 class in college, they said, whatever you do, don't get a speaking slot right here. So I have decided, as we talk about this, the topic of entrepreneurship in oil and gas, and it's something I'm a little bit passionate about, but also I've taken a kind of a TV theme in this, in The Walking Dead, because that's kind of what it feels like in Houston when you're walking around outside, you see the zombies and everybody's walking kind of the same way, and it's like The Walking Dead. So the question is it really going to be The Walking Dead? And as we're going to talk through these pieces, if you are a fan of The Walking Dead show, what's coming up recently, the world is expanding, and they say it's a larger world. It's a different way of looking at, of perceiving the paradigm, and I think we're going to talk a little bit about that in the future. So we're going to go through 4 different things. Top one is your belief system, because if you are an entrepreneur, you really have to think about what your belief system is. It's not only today what you believe in, but what you believe in 10 years from now. And that goes into the second topic, is predicting the future. So that's another key thing, is what is the future going to be like? What does your belief system tell you the future is going to be like? Because it's going to dictate what you're going to do today based on what you think is going to happen 10 years from now. And then I'll go into entrepreneurship in oil and gas specifically versus the Silicon Valley entrepreneurship, which we're all maybe familiar with. And then what are the opportunities and what are the inevitable surprises that may come up in the future? So we'll talk about those 4 things in kind of a broad context. So as we think about that, the first question is, what drives your beliefs today? What makes up who you are today? And that's going to be part of your family, your past work experience. For me, I've worked around the globe pretty much. So as you see all these places, every oil field producing basin, I've lived in actually, and then I've spent a lot of time in a lot of other spots. So that has shaped my worldview. It's all been in oil and gas, so I'm an oil and gas guy. And it's what I believe in. And so, you know, my son is an 18-year-old. He just bought a Prius. I feel like I failed as a father. But so my belief system necessarily doesn't go down there. So it's a little bit disconcerting to me. But this is really what drives my fundamental belief in the opportunity set and what I'm doing today, which is private equity in oil and gas technology. So this is an important part. All of you have a different story about how you got to where you are today. If you're considering entrepreneurship, that's a big jump, maybe, unless you're an entrepreneur already. But it's something that you have to think about. Do you have that mental wherewithal to be an entrepreneur? Because it's not an easy task. And so that will make up the case of what's going to drive what you believe in. So for me, one other thing what drives what you believe in is what you're good at, right? And so for me, I went to Penn State, so that's one thing that my beliefs is kind of a Penn State mentality, and I'm also geosciences, specifically geophysics. So that shapes my view of the world a little bit differently than probably what all of you are in here. Is there any geophysicists in this room? Yeah, fantastic. I love it. Squiggly lines. So I use this. So Bill mentioned the Rice Alliance, and 2 years ago, I gave one of the keynotes at the Rice Alliance, the Energy Venture Forum, which happens next Thursday. And I'm actually, you talk about regifting for birthdays and Christmases, I'm actually recycling some slides from that presentation from 2 years ago because I think it's quite relevant. This is one of them. So when you think about what an engineer is versus a geologist versus a geophysicist and what your belief system is driven, so this is a joke which I love telling, and I hope you haven't heard it yet, but so the question is, there's a guy that's got to hire somebody, right? He's starting an oil company, and he said, okay, he's going to interview a geologist, a geophysicist, and an engineer. And he brings up the engineer, and he said, okay, well, I'm going to ask you a very simple question as part of your interview. What's 2 plus 2? And the engineer looks at him and said, it's 4.00000. Said, okay, thank you, sir. You can leave, and the next person comes in. A geologist, same question, what's 2 plus 2? The geologist said him, said, well, somewhere between 3 and 5. Said, fantastic, thank you. Out the door. Then brings in the geophysicist. So the geophysicist comes in, and the gentleman sits at the table, and the interviewer said, okay, well, I want to ask you a simple question. What's 2 plus 2? And the geophysicist, he gets up, goes to the door, closes the door, comes back in, and says, what would you like the answer to be? And I said, that is perfect for what we have. So as you shape your mental model, you can look at different things in different worlds. You've got to present, if you're an entrepreneur, you have to present a very positive outlook. You have to have the belief system that you believe in fundamentally. And you also have to have a little bit of this. What's the answer that you want to hear? Is it for your audience? So sometimes it's not 4.000 that the person's looking for. So the question then is, what future do you believe in? I mean, that's a very important question as well, because as you think about what you're going to do if you're going to become an entrepreneur, you really have to consider what's going to happen 10 years from now, because 10 years from now is probably the time you're going to be monetizing all the work that you're doing. So if you're developing something that 10 years from now the market doesn't exist, your efforts over the next 10 years are going to amount to zero. So you have to have a fundamental view of what you think the world's going to be like. And really, I look at it as a 10-year term. You might be able to flip something in 5 years, maybe 3, maybe 7, maybe 15. It takes a long time in this business to commercialize technology. So you got to be ready maybe for a 10 to 15-year run. So you got to think about what happens in the future. And you read a lot of stories and you read a lot of analysis today. You got to make a decision of what you believe effectively. So this is The Economist, right? One of the smartest people on the planet writing in The Economist, maybe. So 1999, they say we're drowning in oil. Could be 2016. 2003, they say it's the end of the oil age. It's over. We're done. Right? So this is a time when everybody's quitting at the moment. This is the end of the oil age. 2013, yesterday's fuel at the gas tank. Everybody's going to Prius and electric cars. Right? So if you believe what's happening in The Economist, you may have a very warped sense of the future, potentially. And how do you trust what you believe? So 2014, the shakes versus shale. I mean, another very relevant piece is what's happening here in the United States specifically, in the battle that we have for market share with OPEC versus what's happening in the tight oils. 2015 sees the day. Low oil prices is now an opportunity for energy policy. Okay, all of a sudden, light at the end of the tunnel. And then 2016, who's afraid of cheap oil, right? And the dinosaur on the nodding donkey. So it goes from drowning in oil to the death of oil. And the question that all of us in this room have to ask is, what we're doing right now, what are we going to do over the next 10 years? And what's the next 10 years? What are they going to look like? And what are you going to believe in? Because you're going to read everything, and you have to make that choice of what you actually believe in, because it's going to drive how you make decisions. So let's talk a little bit about the future and the perils of predicting the future. Not an easy thing to do, not an easy thing to think about. And in this room, we're oil and gas people, right? We're not the ones whose son's buying a Prius. So oil and gas then becomes the key question. It may be that's the question. They all are, aren't they? So, and I used this slide the other day just to think about what do you believe is going to happen in the future versus what may be kind of inevitable surprise, right? That it's not really a prediction. It's going to happen in the world. And you've got to think through those things that are really, that may not occur versus the things that are inevitable to occur. And so this is the picture that I'm sure you've all seen, is what the world looked like from up in the stars and how much electricity, how much light was in the world in 1970. And that slide of today and how bright it is. And so what's it going to look like by 2025 or 2030? I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that it's going to be brighter than there. There's going to be more energy used. And that's a fundamental, to me, it's not a question of is that going to happen or not. It's inevitable, right? So energy is going to continue to be required. So I look at it very positively for people that are involved in energy, specifically oil and gas. So I bring this slide up for the future of what you believe in, and there's experts around the globe, right? And everybody has an opinion on what's going to happen. So this is the IEA, one of the major agencies in the world, looking at oil and gas and predicting oil and gas. And so this is their slide for world energy demand in 2004. And you look at the main sources of energy, with oil being the biggest, gas being second, coal being third by 2030. Right, but this is, remember, this is in 2004 where this prediction was. So I'm going to show you in a minute what it looked like in 2013. So this gives you a sense of what actually happened between 2004 and 2013 and how close was the prediction that the experts made in that time. And just to give a sense, which of these fuels here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which do you think won between 2004 and 2013? Anybody think oil won? Gas? Gas won? Coal? Biomass? Nuclear? Hydro? Renewables? So here's the reality. This was oil. So the red line is what actually happened. So you can go from 2004 till right around here, shows you the time period. So oil was actually less. Oil shrunk. So oil was not good. Gas almost became the same, right? Gas was predicted almost accurately. Coal. In the age of CO2 and the world protecting what's trying to limit the amount of CO2, the big winner and the big demand versus the experts' predictions was coal. It won. I've just looked at that and thought, how in the world did we miss that? And then biomass, nuclear, and hydro, pretty much spot on, but also not very big, right? So as we look at that, this is the coal demand. During that time, when the world is becoming more environmentally friendly, coal secretly dominated the decade that we're talking about here. So I bring this up just because everybody's mental model is going to be different. We need to think about, and you all need to think about, and I need to think about what our mental model says about the future, because it should very much dictate what we're doing today based on what we believe the future is going to be like. So I brought this slide up because there's a book that I very much like. It's an old book, 2003. There's a guy named Peter Schwartz he's an old Shell guy, and he does scenario planning, if you've ever heard of him. The book is called Inevitable Surprises. And he looks at the future. He's a futurist, right? And he looks at these scenarios about what the world may look like and what he predicts. And he said some things are inevitable to happen, and some are actually predictions where you don't know. There's uncertainty about whether or not that world would actually occur or not. So these are some of the things that he predicted in 2003. Mass migration was inevitable to happen, right? And when you look today, 2016, what happened in China is very much mass migration from the rural communities to the cities, right? So you might say, and he said that's inevitable. It's going to happen. The ruralization will go to the urbanization. And he said it's going to happen. Now some other predictions he made. Stronger European Union. So how'd that work out? Brexit and everything else, maybe not so much. He looked at it almost as inevitable, right? The formation of the European Union that was going to stay together was going to get stronger. U.S. out of oil and gas by 25 effectively. On the way down, nuclear reemerging at that time. So fundamentally wrong on those pieces, which he thought was somewhat inevitable, right? Conflict hotspots, Africa, Saudi Arabia, North Korea, and Iran. I think he did pretty good on those pieces. So those are some of the predictions. So the question then is, what is inevitable versus what are real predictions? So you have comfort in what you're doing. If you decide to go be an entrepreneur and develop a technology or a company or whatever it is, what's going to happen in the next 5 to 10 years will fundamentally impact the results that you have. So as we think back about this, what the experts say versus the economist, my certain is that is very wrong. I don't think it's going to be yesterday's fuel. That's my own personal belief system. So Energy Ventures, my company, is we are private equity investors for oil and gas technology. We're all from the business. In my work career, I worked for Schlumberger, and I hopped around the globe for about 18 years with them, living in all those countries. And that shaped somewhat my philosophy and my belief system. And most of those were in technology and technology commercialization, sales and marketing. So that's why I am where I am today. And we invest in entrepreneurs and companies. And we've now moved, we were venture capital investors. We've moved more so further down the food chain into private equity and growth equity, really. And so technology remains core to everything that we do. And we look at that as far as what's next. We believe in the oil and gas sector. We believe that hydrocarbons will remain the energy of choice for decades to come. It will be the oil and gas specifically. Hydrocarbons, if you read ExxonMobil, by 2040, it's still 80% of the world's demand is going to be met by hydrocarbons. And so, but during that time, gas does replace coal, is their opinion, right? A lot. So gas is the growing piece of that puzzle, and coal is shrinking. But that's what we believe in as well. So it becomes very important to what you think. So when I talk about entrepreneurship, and I thought it would make sense to talk it in light of Silicon Valley, because I'm sure a lot of you know Silicon Valley and some of the stories. And I ask a question, how many of you have seen HBO's show called Silicon Valley? Are there a few here? Good. I would highly, highly recommend it. If you're thinking about being an entrepreneur, now it is definitely a Silicon Valley outlook of entrepreneur and venture capital, but it's incredibly funny. It's pretty raunchy. And, but there's a lot of lessons to be learned. So I'm going to bring up some of those lessons, which are definitely relevant for oil and gas. They're relevant in all types of investing, but I'll kind of bring it towards oil and gas specifically. So this is kind of when I think about early venture capital, late venture capital, and growth, these are the different stages of equity investors, private equity, what they come in. And we think of in Energy Ventures is this type of curve. And this is value on the y-axis. X-axis is the amount of time it takes. And when you're starting an early investment, the time, you're actually burning cash, you're negative earnings, and for a certain amount of time. And that's really the stage with early VC that you're talking to angels and maybe some family offices and maybe some seed funds, venture capital. Then you get into late VC, and then you go into growth where there's bigger money maybe at stake. But from a value perspective, what we see is that you get to a peak early on. If you're developing a technology, you get it commercialized, you get the first field trials, you have a value inflection point. That may be an opportunity to sell before you have to generate revenues. And you may get a good multiple because you have a valuable tool or whatever it is that you're commercializing. If you don't sell at that point, then you have to build up the infrastructure to commercialize it, to build a real company. That takes time, effort, and money. Oil and gas is not the quickest of adopters of new technology. So that process of getting technology adopted takes a lot of time, much more money than what you would think. And all of that goes through this valley of death during that time. And maybe you see light at the end of the tunnel and you're starting to grow. And then you really need growth equity to come in and supercharge. It's kind of like a Formula One racer, right? You get big money to come in and you go really fast at that point. hopefully. So that's the idea, but those are the kind of the value curves and the stages. So when we think about entrepreneurism in oil and gas, there's a couple subjects that I wanted to talk about. One is the startup team. If you are starting a company, and this is for all of you that know the Silicon Valley show on HBO, this is the group of entrepreneurs that are starting a company called Pied Piper. And this is the 5 of those guys. And they're quite an interesting lot. So I would say these 3 guys over here, these are the SPE engineers, right? These are the ones that are, that's the core of the technical basis for the company. And the one in the middle is the guy named Richard. He's the CEO. He's clueless about what it takes to be a CEO, but he's a technical guru. And the other guys just give him a hard time all the time. But so the point is, when you're picking a startup team, you have to have the different disciplines of that startup team put together and mesh with you really perfectly. The group has to be together that is credible to the outside world. And those strengths and weaknesses have to mix and match so they fit. So you can create a successful company. If you don't have that, it's going to be dysfunctional. These guys are a little bit dysfunctional. And then the guy over there on the left, he's the MBA. Right? He's the one that is the business guy, knows what's going on in the investors and putting together a business plan and how to do all the bits and pieces that you have to do to grow a company, to do the administration, to get the investors happy, etc. And this knucklehead on the end, this is the incubator. And so he's a great example of really a crazy guy in the show. But the incubator and the accelerator, like here, this is a fundamental piece of getting a business started. We're sitting right here in the Houston Technology Center, right? This is what they do, right? They accelerate startup companies to get them fundable, to build that expertise around it. And that's what Ehrlich does in the show, is he's pulling them together. He's the network connection to all the right people. So you put 2 and 2 together and you make 5, you know, rather than like the geophysicist, what do you want to hear? So the other piece that you're looking at then are the funding sources, right? Where are you going to get money from at this stage? And this is really and I'm going to put it up for those of you that know the show, this is the Russ Hanneman, right? He's the billionaire that invested in the company in the Silicon Valley show. And he's crazy, really crazy. And that may be relevant for what we have, because maybe some of the investors in oil and gas are pretty crazy too. But angels and VCs, and so Bill mentioned quite a few of them, right? The Houston Angel Network is a very good place to get capital at the start. Not easy by any means. Family offices, so Sallyport here with Doug Fauci is one of the family offices in town. Stevens family from Arkansas, the Hicks family up in Dallas. There's a lot of family offices that fund early stage companies as well. Corporate VCs, he mentioned that, so Shell, Chevron, ConocoPhillips, Repsol, Total, BP, they all have corporate venture capital arms where they're investing in early stage technology companies. There are also some of the independents, major independents, invested in a fund that Altera runs. That's Apache, Occidental, Pioneer, and Devon. All put in money into that. It almost becomes their de facto corporate venture capital arm, even though they're not maybe big enough to support a corporate venture capital activity. But they're ones that are looking and actively wanting to invest and bring in technology that they can use to help their business units. So it's a great place, and assuming that you can get them to actually use and adopt the technology, it's a great opportunity to go that way. If you can't get them to use the technology, it could be a poison pill. So if you have an investor in your company that's not using what you're producing, the buyer of your technology that comes in and says, well, you've got an investor, he knows or she knows much more about that business than I do. And so why aren't they using it? And you have to be able to explain that. And there's always an explanation, but it's usually a circuitous path to get there. And as you walk that circuitous path, your credibility slowly diminishes, and it becomes a much harder conversation. And it's a lot harder for you to sell your company. So you have to keep that in mind of the pluses and minuses as you're looking at your investors, what your investors bring to the table, and how they could benefit or hurt you in the long run. So independent venture capitals, so we did that a lot in the past. There's a group called Energy Innovation Capital that just started from a spin out of GE Ventures. So GE has an arm as well. And so he led it, a guy named Kevin Skillern, and George Coyle, who was a long time with ConocoPhillips, is now part of that team. John Hanton, who's a long time Chevron Technology Ventures, is helping them too. So there's groups like that are doing early stage investing. And they've just closed, I think, 5 different investments over the last 3 months in early stage technology companies in this area and in the Bay Area too. So there's kind of 2. But that's one thing to think about is who's going to be your investor and how do they mesh with you? How do they bring value? And then the other piece is the competitor. So as you start a business, you have to know your competition inside out. Who's out there? And a lot of the companies are big. In Silicon Valley, it's a company called Huli. And Huli, they torture this startup company from beginning to end. They want to buy them, and they're negotiating buying them, have offers on the table. When they don't buy them, they go into court and sue them for intellectual property infringement, and it becomes a court case. So and so this little company, all of a sudden, they're trying to raise a small amount of money, right? They have maybe $1 million that they raise, and they get a court case, and a lawsuit shows up on their doorstep. And their lawyer said, oh, we can fix this. We're in the right. We're okay. Okay, well, here, let's see. Okay, now the legal fees are going to cost $2 million to fight this case. And the company said, we just raised $1 million, and we don't have $2 million. Said, wow, you're stuck. And the big company has the money to fight it. The little company has no money. So it's one thing to keep in mind. And this next slide, I'm going to go through some lessons learned, and that's going to be one of them. And the lessons learned are tied in. So if you do go back and watch this Silicon Valley show on HBO, what I've tied in is each episode that I thought had a relevant point, and what's the relevant point for oil and gas. So the first show, the title of the show is called Minimum Viable Product. And I think it's a great, great thing for all of us here to think about is minimum viable product, especially as an engineer, right? And especially in the entrepreneur world. So the note I made is be very capital efficient. Get as much done as you can with a little amount of money as possible, and you will be much better off in the long term. Get to cash flow break even as quickly as possible because it gives you degrees of financial freedom that you don't have otherwise. If you're burning cash all the time and you're relying on investors to continue to feed the funnel, you can be in a lot of trouble. And the point, don't make engineering, right? Engineering is not a product. That's not what you want to sell. You don't want to sell engineering. You want to make money. So when you're looking at it, say it's the one thing that when you get to a minimum viable product, you get that out in the market and start generating revenue. It gives your company much more credibility. Now, in Silicon Valley, maybe not so much, right? And in the show, when Russ Hanneman, the investor, right, and he's a billionaire, really eccentric, really egotistical, crazy guy. And the founder is this guy, Richard, and he's talking to his investor and saying, we're working on this contract. We have this revenue coming up, and it's going to, and Russ Hanneman looks at him, he said, what are you talking about revenue? What are you doing? You don't want any revenue. Revenue will ruin your valuation. Because then all of a sudden when you get revenue and earnings, then you can value the company on revenue and earnings. So he said, don't get revenue because then we can have a $500 billion valuation and sell it to Google and we're fine. Yeah, that's exactly. And so there's so much truth that when I was watching it, I was seriously laughing out loud. My wife had no idea because she doesn't really know what I do. And when they said that, I just thought, what is going on? Are you kidding me? But yeah, so my message in oil and gas, capital is bigger than what you may start up with a software company in a garage in Silicon Valley. And the investors in Silicon Valley will bet on maybe 10 companies with the hopes that 2 are home runs, that sell to LinkedIn or to Facebook for $1 billion. and then they return on that. They may put 20 or 30 million in there, and they return a 50x on that, or 100x, or a 200x. And it pays off all the failures of a lot of other companies. So they'll put in a lot of bets, and then they'll cut you off. So you have to really be aware of that. Is if you're one of those that get cut off and you just don't quite make the cut where you're not going to make a 500x, you're not going to get any funding anymore. And then it's a problem to go raise capital from other investors, because the other investors say, why aren't they investing? They know more about the company than I do. I'm a new investor. They're an existing investor. They're not supporting the company. All of a sudden, you're in a poison pill type of situation that you have to talk your way out of. And as you talk your way out of in a circuitous route with logical explanations, the investor's sitting there saying, yeah, maybe not so much. So keep that in mind when you're going to get money. So the second episode is called the cap table. And the cap table is a fundamentally important piece of any kind of venture capital startup. Is understanding that cap table, understanding how many people you want to be on it, understanding capital structures, right? Because many investors will come in, maybe the original ones will do some type of convertible, right? Which is not a bad situation, because you can delay the valuation and how much of the company you have to give away till a later date. So it's a great structure to be, but make sure that you understand all the ramifications of the capital structure, what a preferred structure may look like, where all of a sudden you give your investor, so there's a couple terms. One is a liquidation preference. So that's what a lot of equity comes in at, where they'll say, okay, we have a liquidation preference. That means that if you sell the company for $100 million, we invested $25 million. The first $25 million of that $100 million comes to us to pay off our investment of $25 million. And then the $75 million we split that equally with all the other common shareholders. And so a participating lic pref and a non-participating lic pref is a big difference, right? Because when it's a participating lic pref, it means that you get the first 25, and then 75 is split in a 100 million exit. If it's a non-participating lic pref, then the person, the investor, has to choose between either getting their money back or doing a split. So if you're an investor, if you're sitting in an entrepreneur seat, you definitely want a non-participating lic pref rather than a participating lic pref. But sometimes you have to do what you have to do to get money. So you have to think about all those impacts as you're going out raising funds. What type of capital structure you want. If you go the crowdfunding route, you may have a cap table of 500 people. And then all of a sudden, when you want to try to do something with an institutional investor, you've got to track down 500 people and get their signatures, 500 people, before you do it. If you want to sell something, you've got to get 500 people's signatures before you do it. And you're an early stage company, and a lot of people, they won't even bother, right? So you have to think about how many investors you want. The more complicated your cap structure is, the more difficult it will be for you in the future. So it's all things that you have to consider. That doesn't mean you shouldn't consider crowdfunding, but there's a lot of downside to it that goes along with it. So episode 3 are articles of incorporation. This is choose your board members wisely, right? These are people that you want to help govern your organization and help guide you and also provide you credibility, right? The people that you get on your board is very credible. In the Silicon Valley, there were some clauses in their initial investing with their incubator ended up allowing the gentleman to get a board seat. And the entrepreneurs did not even know that it existed. The next thing you know, the next day they wake up and they've got a completely different board than what they expected that they had. So it's something to make sure that you know what you're signing, what your articles of incorporation say that your company is going to do, what the rights the investors have is really important. And the board members wisely, so corporate governance is fundamental. So if you're starting up a company, if you want to sell it for a profit, you have to be diligent in your corporate governance and do it perfectly. And have those people around the board that give you more credibility, give you more guidance, fill in those holes, make the introductions that they can make to help you grow your company much faster. So incredibly important to make right decisions in there. Fiduciary duties, always an issue. So all of a sudden you become a board member, you have institutional capital in, you have family and friends in, you have a lot of other things that are in there in your cap table. Everybody on the board, including the management, has a fiduciary duty, and you're working for all existing shareholders. sometimes that's a hard thing to remember, is that what you're doing and the decisions you're making, you have to make them for existing shareholders. They're not for future shareholders that may come in. They're for existing shareholders. You have to make the decisions that are the best for them and being able to justify that. That's a point that gets lost a lot of times, especially when you're in an early stage company, especially when you have one dominant investor. So it's something to think about. Signaling risk is episode 5, which I always think is great because when I look at it, communication to the board is fundamental and to your investors. And being open and honest, when something's going wrong, something always goes wrong. Be open and honest with the communication to that group, because as soon as you're not and trying to hide something over it, it spirals in a bad way and credibility is lost. Episode 10 is runaway devaluation, and I love that. And if you watch the show, you know what's happening, where all of a sudden he has a big value and then he ends up getting shut out. He's going to all the investors very cockily saying, here's the term sheet, and you know, we want you, and he's calling the investors idiots, effectively saying, you give us $50 million valuation or you know, you're an idiot. And they're being incredibly rude. Then all of a sudden they lose the interest in the appeal, and they have a lawsuit file on them. And then they're going back to those same people with hat in hand saying, please give me a $5 million valuation. And the people are there saying, you were just in my office 2 days ago, so arrogant, get out of my office. And so they can't even get a $5 million valuation at that point because of how they were acting at a time when they looked like they were in power, and then a lawsuit changed it completely. So that's where the runaway devaluation is. I make the point, sometimes valuation is not the most important consideration. Many times we think it is, and we're going through, and as an entrepreneur we say, boy, we always got to get this continuing valuation higher and higher and higher. And sometimes it's less important than what the money and the speed and the time is and the help that you may get with it, rather than just saying, I'll go with the highest valuation. Bad money. So pick your partners wisely. And bad money is Russ Hanneman, the guy that they brought in the show. But so we have, in Ventures, we go a while ago when we first started here in Houston, because we're Norwegian. And that's, so it's a bunch of Norwegians, and then we have an office in Aberdeen and one here. So we had a brisket worthy test when a group of entrepreneurs came in, and we would meet with them. Afterwards, we'd ask the partners around the table that just in the meeting saying, okay, this is our brisket worthiness test. Are they brisket worthy or not? And that really means, would you invite them over on a Sunday afternoon with your family to share a brisket in Texas? And if the answer is yes, then that's an opportunity. That's the first plus or minus for whether or not an investment opportunity passes, right? Because if the answer is no, that you wouldn't invite them over to your backyard for a brisket on a Sunday afternoon. Because if you make that investment, you're going to spend the next 5, 6, 7 years with this group of people. And you have to be able to work together really well. And if you can't, then you really need to think about that investment. And the same goes for the entrepreneur that's looking at the people that are going to put money in their company, right? And I hope that the entrepreneurs do the same brisket worthiness test when they're in there with different investors saying, brisket worthy or not? And if they're not, don't take their money. I mean, life is too short to suffer through when you don't have any relationship and any ability to really build value. So that would be my advice. And finally, binding arbitration is the last one, which I think is a great title. And this is, and my point here is sometimes your intellectual property strategy, you may be spot on. You've got great patents. You've done it perfectly. You have everything there, and then somebody, big company, files a lawsuit on you, and all of a sudden you're in a fight for your life because you don't have the $5 million that it takes to fight that lawsuit when the big company that's suing you has plenty of money to sue you. So it doesn't matter if you're right. You may spend $5 million, and at the end of 3 years, you prove that you're right. But it costs you $5 million. It costs you 3 years. It costs you all the time of that problem and dealing with that problem. It's just a huge energy suck. So intellectual property strategy is fundamental, but you have to keep in mind that you're exposed. When you're a small company, you are exposed. So you have to be excellent at that. You have to work on those relationships with the big competitors. But one of these lawsuits, you just have to be aware of it, that it could show up at any time and really wreck a lot of problems. So, last couple slides before we're out of here. I'm sure I'm getting a parking ticket already. Not a demand crisis, right? What we're in today, when we're looking at the future, it's not a demand crisis. Here's the demand. From 1982, it's linear and it's growing. So if you believe that all of a sudden that the world is changing and we're becoming so efficient that we're going to burn less energy when we have India and China and a lot of the developing nations need more energy and they don't have enough light, that's going to continue growing. That's a good sign. So we look at it and say, thankfully, it's not a demand crisis, right? That's good news, and I think that's something that's somewhat inevitable. The decline in existing production is significant. So what we have here is maybe if HSBC released a report yesterday, which had the decline going from 5 to 7% a year, and so sucking down a lot of the existing supply base over time, right? And what you believe in, as far as that decline rate is going to change, but we have to replace a lot of existing supply, which is good news for the oil price ultimately. HSBC was very bullish on the oil price. It was good to read a bullish report. There's not a lot of those out there. Tudor Pickering Holt, bullish. HSBC, bullish. You know, I like reading those. The other point, current oil price not really sustainable for OPEC. This is an interesting graph of all the different OPEC countries. And the size of the bubble is their reserves, you know, how big they are today. Current fiscal deficit on the x-axis. So when you're that negative, these companies or these countries are in trouble, right? From a fiscal deficit perspective for the government, they're spending more money than what they're making. And then you've got the others, Algeria, and where they need to be fiscal break even, what price they need to be fiscally break even. So overall, we're playing a game that's somewhat a game that's going to have to end at some point. I think that's going to be good for the oil price long term. So our belief is that it has to recover. So inevitable winners, cheap is the one that wins in the value proposition of what we look at today. Everybody likes fast and everybody likes good. The middle part, if you're fast, good, and cheap, it's fantastic. Here it says non-existent. Maybe that doesn't exist. I think it does, but cheap today is what wins, right? So if your value proposition is cheap, you got a chance. If your value proposition is not cheap, good luck out there today. Maybe over the next year, you're having a hard time. You can have two: minimal, late, expensive. Those overlaps are the ones that you can have of the two, but the ones in the middle of all three is more difficult. I would argue that there are some there, though. But so this is from ExxonMobil, the future natural gas, and this kind of shows oil and gas. This is where it is today. Or 2010, sorry, I think is the date for this, of how much it was globally. And then this is the growth to 2040 as well. So you're getting big growth in gas. And as you see the other energies, Exxon's prediction is by 2040 still, I mean, coal is shrinking, right, but not a heck of a lot. And you need all of the above, but I think the oil and gas industry to 2040, if you believe Exxon, looks good. So this is one of our slides looking at key trends in the oil field. So we focus on improved performance, reduce costs, reduce risk. And I'll have this slide available in the presentation as well, so I don't want to go over it in detail. But just as a quick conclusion, so I'd say that it has been exaggerated as far as the Walking Dead, and oil and gas is the Walking Dead. I don't think so. The boom years made us somewhat complacent. Prices have gotten higher. Inflation in the oil field has been an issue. And those technologies that decrease cost, improve production, and reduce risk are going to be the ones that win. Funding sources are shrinking. It is harder to get money today. So if you're considering being an entrepreneur and starting companies, you have to keep that in mind. It's a lot harder to raise capital today than it was 6 or 7 years ago. And debt may be even harder to get in the future. And I heard today that the market's down 300 because the interest rate hike is more likely now coming, and that's going to make debt more expensive for all E&P companies, and that's going to make it expensive for oil field service companies too. So I'll just, one, I think, key point, right? If you can articulate your economic value proposition, if you can do that, and believe me, this is the oil and gas industry and technology is not very good at this. The economic value proposition, if you can do that well, you can be successful. And you will get market adoption, you will attract investments, but you have to make the economic value proposition case. You go to a lot of websites of early stage companies and you read their value propositions, and there's not enough meat behind it. So the E&P companies that are there wanting to buy the technology, they don't have enough information there or belief or the lack of credibility. So you have to be really good at this if you're going to succeed. And it's for everything. It's technologies that are being commercialized by the big guys too. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm happy that there's at least some money, although those are the bigger guys that can attract that easier. But I think even those groups are in the heyday when you could raise money doing a lot of things. This is still harder. It's still a valuation issue, right? Because they're attracting that equity at the lowest valuations in years as well. So it's not a great thing for existing shareholders. And so they are putting some money in because you're getting a good deal, right? Right. Yeah. And oilfield service companies like Weatherford and some others. And there's a debt issue that's out there too, which helps the noose around the neck a little bit when you get some equity to help relieve some of the debt issues. I heard an interesting thing the other day where Wells Fargo, the Wells Fargo Debt Group, right? They said they changed the name to the Wells Fargo Equity Group, and there's some truth to that. And so the last comment that I make is I'd say the market is ripe for a strong alpha uptick. And when you're familiar with investing in the oil field in the public markets, right? And there's on Yahoo you always see that seeking alpha, and everybody's looking for that alpha. How do you beat the market? And I would say that right now that we're in a position where the turn in the industry is, if it keeps up, we are ripe for a strong uptick where this industry outperforms the market significantly. But you got to believe what the future is going to hold. So, very good. Thank you very much.